This is a chance. This is a war. Everyone wants to be a winner. But the path to victory is lonely. Chess Robot, the smartest, most advanced AI chess robot. It turns chess into an exciting game of progression. Mastering 25 levels will transform you from a beginner to a grandmaster. Not into level ups, challenge the AI instead. Set the difficulty, make it breeze, or push it beyond your limits. It's incredibly smart, just like a max-level human. Equipped with a camera like an eye, Chess Robot combines advanced algorithms to capture every change on the chessboard and accurately pick up pieces with its robotic arm. Access the Planet Alliance function to connect and play chess online with friends from all over the world. Here you will find players of all skill levels. Flip the board and play as white. You can't wait to get started. New to chess? We've got a better way. Chess Robot offers a variety of learning methods to help you improve. As you can see, Chess Robot provides various learning modules, including chess courses, AI practice, class game review, and off-book play. You'll level up your skills in no time. Let's start the endgame practice, featuring 145 carefully selected classic endgames. Now you have a greater chance to become a winner. This is Chess Robot. Today, chess all in AI.
Hi guys, welcome to the penultimate round here in Rhodes, European Individual Women's Chess Championship. Nothing new, and today so much is at stake. The tournament theoretically can be decided today. Board number one, very important. The tension is on a very high level. Are you excited?
Yeah, we had some small technical issues, so that's why we missed the first moments of the games. But let's go to the playing hall. We can go our multiple view immediately to see the positions.
Just to mention, who do you see? Board number one, the most important game of the day and of the tournament, Irina Bulmaga against Teodora Injac. Board number two, Lela Javakhishvili against Diamante Cornet. Board number three, Lilith Makricyan against Anna Ushenina. Board number four, Elina Danelian against Mai Narva. And board number five, Maltseskaya Alexandra against Meri Arabidze. As you can see, most of the ladies are already seated. Only Irina is not in her chair. meaning that probably she managed to get a small surprise for Teodora in the opening. We saw that there was Ruy Lopez. As you can see, the bishop is exchanged on c6, and Irina went for basically not for the main line of the Ruy Lopez, but she chose for
Chess moves. Smart. Free eSIM. Smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union. A checkmate for connectivity.
This is a chance. This is a war. Everyone wants to be a winner. But the path to victory is lonely. Chess Robot, the smartest, most advanced AI chess robot. It turns chess into an exciting game of progression. Mastering 25 levels will transform you from a beginner to a grandmaster. Not into level ups, challenge the AI instead. Set the difficulty, make it a breeze, or push it beyond your limits. It's incredibly smart, just like a max-level human. Equipped with a camera like an eye, Chess Robot combines advanced algorithms to capture every change on the chessboard and accurately pick up pieces with its robotic arm. Access the Planet Alliance function to connect and play chess online with friends from all over the world. Here you will find players of all skill levels. Flip the board and play as white. You can't wait to get started. New to chess? We've got a better way. Chess Robot offers a variety of learning methods to help you improve. As you can see, Chess Robot provides various learning modules, including chess courses, AI practice, class game review, and off-book play. You'll level up your skills in no time. Let's start the endgame practice, featuring 145 carefully selected classic endgames. Now you have a greater chance to become a winner. This is Chess Robot. Today, chess all in AI.
seems that we are back. We do apologize for the inconvenience. Unfortunately, we had some technical issues, but yeah, nothing that we can say except sorry, and we hope that you will still be here to follow happily. In this moment is that this is only the beginning of the game. It's not the most important part, and I guess that the tension was too high, so it blows some connections.
What a political explanation. No, I'm joking. There were some issues. You have problems with internet these days. The weather sometimes is changing.
The electricity goes out of the building.
And it's quite sensible, so sorry for that. We are back. Let's go to the playing call to explain a little bit the situation. Let's have our traditional multiple view with the board. So I was checking something, so let's have this one. Teodora is playing versus Irina. That's all known. We can check. If I would need to bet, I would say that this line was played, let's say, Caruana versus, I will go for example, I don't know, let's say Abdusatorov.
Okay.
Yeah. With white or black, because it's very topical. Teodora is thinking. Irina is usually super prepared.
And feels like she did manage to surprise Teodora today, because at the moment we noticed that Teodora stopped to think for a little bit. So I guess that this is probably not the main opening choice for Irina. So remind me once again, what was your prediction?
Caruana that played it.
With white?
How it's some pieces, some wrong, huh?
Okay, so at the current position, after a5, we don't have any Caruana's games. But let me go a few moves back, maybe we will. At this position, I see Vityugov, I see Duda. For example, but let's go a few moves back.
Why Fabi is not playing this line? What happened?
I see even Carson.
But Caruana, hang on. Okay, with the white pieces.
Okay.
Yes, he's around.
He's around, exactly. But this is move h4. Ninth move h4.
But okay, it's the same system. So Caruana, we have.
I was mentioning the current position.
So we have Fabi here. So he played h4 versus Mkhitaryan, and a5 was played. Okay, this is a little bit different. And then Fabi played bishop d2. Okay, same thing. So a5, bishop d2. And
a4 was played in that game, and long castle.
Okay, so here we have this difference that b5 was played, but it's a similar thing. And do we have Abdusatorov in this line somewhere?
Unfortunately, I'm not seeing him. I guess he wasn't choosing this h4 line. I see that Carson chose it for some blitz, Nepo as well, Hare Krishna too. But Hare Krishna actually played a standard game with Luke McShane. This was Bundesliga in 2016, where he played h4. the game continued b5, knight e3. So basically following this one, but here black played knight f8 as well as in our game. Knight f5 followed here.
Okay, so bishop d2, a5, do we have some transposition now? So in that position, which is on the board currently, so bishop d2, a5. So how many games we have? So you mentioned with Hugo and Duda.
Yeah, all in all 16 games in this.
What do they play?
With Hugo played a4 while Duda chose long castle.
So now Irina is thinking to castle long. Okay, in the meantime, let's check our board number 2. We have this endgame. Also well known, we can check that one a bit. Lilith made the draw versus Ushenina. Lilith is a player who is not taking so many risky decisions. And we have Elina playing versus Mainarva, this known King's Indian. And this is the position, Fianchetto, King's Indian, an interesting one, Maltsevskaya. Okay, so they're playing this Italian game. Yeah, very stable for both sides. And we have one more game added. This is Sophie Millier versus Urgzala, which we have it on the camera. King's Indian, the Greenfield Indian, known from Kramnik's games, Rook b1, Rook c1. I was analyzing this a lot. And d5 just played. There are some motifs with knight g5 sometimes. For example, Rook d8, there is a motif with knight g5. And then some f3 stuff. Sometimes when white is black is in castle especially. So it will be very interesting game. Regarding some lines, we have this one, very interesting. Scotch defense. Toncheva playing versus Rogozin. Dolukhanova versus Claudia Colon. Okay, many interesting encounters. This one is especially interesting. Kirtadze versus Kilbasa, a3 versus Najdorf, and known line as well. Regarding head-to-head, we can maybe mention a few things.
Yes, of course, the most important encounter for this round, board number 1, Teodora and Bulmaga, they have already played twice. And it is important to notice that Teodora leads this standard classical time control encounter of theirs with 2-0. And in Blitz and Rapid, they have played also 2 games, and the result over there is 1-1. So basically, she has a small edge over there. Our second encounter, Lela and Deimante, they have played quite a lot, and Lela is leading this one with 5.5 to 4.5. Board number 3, as we saw, already finished in a peaceful draw, even though in this encounter Ushenina has a huge gap, basically. She leads this one 6-2. So basically she kept the lead in this encounter. Elina and Narvamai have also played 3 games. This is a peaceful one so far, 1.5 to 1.5. And board number 5, Arabidze and Maltsevskaya. Arabidze has the upper hand over here, 1.5 to half a point, even though they have played quite a lot of blitz game. But the classical ones are only 2.
Okay, we can say that some players feel a little bit more comfortable. It seems to me that that Lela on board number 2 is quite confident. Urzala even.
Yeah, she's actually playing an outstanding tournament. Playing the 10th round on board number 9, I would be very happy. In the meantime, I see that we have a poll as well on our YouTube channel. So basically, the most important question of the day, you can also see it. Who will take the win today in the match on board number 1? Will it be Teodora Injac or Irina Bulmaga, or will this game finish peacefully? Do you have any predictions?
I'm not sure, but of course people like to root for champions, people who are leading, so I believe that Teodora's win is not a realistic in terms of percentage. 54% before the round. Prior to the round, it usually draw should be in terms of, I don't know, some bookmakers that I would say that draw should have the highest percentage, but it's also understandable that some fans, some supporters, they think that this winning streak, 8 consecutive rounds, is something which boosts confidence and that you are unstoppable, and that's why they are giving this high percentage to win with the black pieces, which is not an easy thing, of course, on this level. Usually winning with the black pieces is quite tough. Maybe I could give my prediction. Let's have pairings. Let's try to check which matchups might be more challenging than others. Of course, we know that board number 3 is drawn. So, Bulmaga Injac, I will still go for a draw as a normal So, Bulmaga Injac, I would say that most likely and realistically the game should end up in a draw, but Injac is in a superb shape. Irina is a fighter.
Irina seems to be in a very good shape as well, but somehow she was in the shadows throughout the tournament because we were focusing more on Anastasia Kirtadze or on Teodora, of course, not making any of their basically successes any less, but Irina was actually climbing slowly to the top, maybe from a little bit more silent than the others, but now she's only half a point behind the leader.
Somehow I would today go for draws, that we might have more draws than usual, so I would be, surprised if we will have more than 4 decisive results on top 10 tables.
And what would be actually your strategy? Let's say you're playing on, for example, board number 5 now, and you're playing for the qualifying spot. You know that everything is possible. Would you try to press, or would you basically want to finish peacefully. Okay, if some chances arise, in the meantime, probably you will take it. But prior to the round, let's say, would you go for some more peaceful variations so that tomorrow, the last day, you have the biggest chances for the qualifying spot, or?
Okay, frankly speaking, 15 years ago, it was normal to focus a lot on the World Cup, because World Cup was a spot where you could, in a good shape, get some good prize. And people would be so motivated to end up there because that was an only professional event which is not closed for players outside of top 20 or something. And then you would focus to qualify there as the main event of your career, year, whatever. In the meantime, also I would say attention, which you can get through some social networks, your own PR, somewhere which you could get it as being a European medalist, which was not the case 20 years ago. Okay, he won the European Championship, he's getting some prize, and in his country maybe they not a bit, but I believe that now we can actually confirm this by checking Fataliev's last year example, where okay, she hit the news, some PR was made, so for her it's much more important to become a European champion than to qualify to the World Cup. I don't know, passing 3 rounds and then losing in last 32 or maybe even 16. So I think that some players would focus very much on this event, trying to clinch the medal. Because I think clinching the medal, and if this means that you will even lose and be out of the World Cup, okay, life goes on. There are many events these days, it's not only exclusive one.
Okay, reasonable answer.
Okay, let's get the camera back, and we can get the board in our traditional way as well. Just a sec. Yep. So let's find some games which are super interesting. As we mentioned, this one we are following closely. Rook G1 played. Very interesting setup. So she's preparing to go all in. Lela playing this solid line, but I don't believe that black is in danger. I think that it will be very equal for most of the game. Here white is playing this sideline by taking on e5. In this line, usually here you go e4. So d takes e5 is possible to play, but black always has a good position. Then we have board number 5. Okay, complicated battle. Board number 6 as well. I like to follow Stavroula's games. Savina is also playing interesting games. Nadia Toncheva versus Bella Khotenashvili. A game to follow. They are playing this Rogozin. I was playing this a lot, h5. Yeah, knight e4 was played by Radeva in 2 games here, quite successfully, making a draw versus Beidulaeva and winning versus Mamadova, maybe.
I will confirm.
Then we have Doluhanova playing also, interesting line, quite popular. Claudia Colon is playing super interesting chess. Am I wrong? Teresa Rothstein was with, or no?
Vicky won against Teresa.
Prado Cevovinos.
Yeah.
That was the game, not Mamadova, sorry. Sophie Greenfeld, Rook d8. That's also very known. Now there are moves like h4, as I told you even. Okay, before bishop e2. Here sometimes there are not g5 moves. h4 is something white might do at some stage, but also castling is normal. I like those positions. Then we have Kirtadze playing super interesting stuff. Knight is on d5, white is counting on stable blockade. Fiona playing interesting chess. We can maybe go with the camera to board number 11 and 10 just to show you. So this is the case. Yeah, we can see them on the camera. Fiona is playing interesting chess. Nino yesterday suffered a tough loss, and as I mentioned, Kirtadze, you can see her behind, she's playing versus Kilbasa. As not fully expected, but it's not an easy for that player of that age to keep the pace through the tournament.
Yeah, basically kudos to Anastasia. Either way, she basically managed to have 7 extraordinary rounds, having 6 out of 7 with 2 draws against Narva Mai and Milie Sophie. But unfortunately, the last 2 rounds did not go her way. But as you said, she's so young, only 16 years old. And it's completely reasonable that this kind of pressure, especially playing with the European elite, is somehow a little bit new to her. But we believe that she will soon get used to it, so.
Okay, so already some tense situation. Let's get the board, let's go to the next game, next camera. Here, interesting Nimso Indian and Sabrina Vega versus Schneider. Sabrina is playing some interesting chess. Krsteva, solid game from both sides. White might be slightly better, but it's still far away from anything tangible. Kurtsilava versus Mamadova. Okay, that's interesting. E4, yeah. They are blitzing, but it's not so obvious why they are blitzing. Black seems to have upgraded Dutch defense now. Marina Brunello, normal position. Not really normal, but okay. Adela Velikic versus Jolanta, normal game. I know that you're a friend with Adela. How is she commentating this tournament so far?
Actually, she told me that she has a lot of headaches because the weather is changing all the time and that it affects her migraine. So, unfortunately, there were a few games that she had to play with a severe headache. But yeah, she told me yesterday that she was under some pressure because she was playing for Norm. So somehow it just build up some tension to the already existing one, but yeah, we will see 2 rounds to go, so it's not bad actually for her. She's doing quite fine with all the circumstances.
Good. Zhukova playing complicated line, but her opponent, maybe we can check, is the situation on the clock correct? Because, okay, it might be, but we can just check 1 hour.
This is board number 18, right?
Yeah. Radeva, complicated. This one, Lan Yao is playing super interesting chess. I like her games. Fatalieva under heavy attack already. This Benoni reversed. Looks dangerous.
Really dangerous.
Really dangerous. I don't know, maybe some... Okay, she wants to castle. I don't know, it's rook e8. A move. No, probably it doesn't work.
Maybe some f5 right away, and queen g2, or?
Yeah, rook f1 will be played. So that's why I was thinking to play this. The engine bar does okay, f5 I don't believe, because you can't c5.
The bishop is hanging.
So, what else I can do? Queen g2, you can castle, I believe. So I won't do that. Okay, I can.
So it's not so easy. Yeah?
I can retreat the bishop, and then going for this f5. But then you take on d4. If I go here, will you castle?
Or let it slip.
Yeah. I don't know. It's not so simple. An interesting game to follow. Where else to go? Here we have an interesting stuff. Ina Gaponenko. Yeah, knight g8. This is all long. Okay, normal position. Just to remind you about famous Bobby Fischer trick. So bishop c4, knight castles, bishop b3, and now you are not allowed to play knight e5 because this was Fischer-Reshevsky. You can take with the rook or whatever, and then knight e6 since your knight stands on the way. And if you take queen takes, and if you take with the king, nice king's walk.
And the king went on a hunt. Or actually to be hunted.
Yeah, this is known stuff. History, chess heritage. Where else to go? What to see, where to go? Oh, Rouser.
You found one?
I'm not sure it's Rouser. No, it's neither, but it resembles. Okay, it resembles Rouser. Josephine is playing very interesting chess. Always tense games. Roberts, I forgot to mention, is playing versus the Sicilian. Yesterday she was flagged
Once again.
in equal position.
Once again,
So
yeah, very tough tournament for her.
Dutch supporters, fans, to give you this info that if you were just checking the results afterwards, she
And they were
lost.
surprised.
But she was flagged, having like 50 seconds, something like this.
Yeah.
Painful experience, but she will for sure fight back. Regarding this game, we might mention Dana Koshavi, that today we have her compatriot is having a birthday. Huzman, he was a long second and a coach. Okay, second of Boris Gelfand. Dana is a really good player. She had
the best performance from the ladies at the Olympiad last year. If I'm not mistaken, she took gold as the best reserve. So she also had a remarkable performance at the European Championship last year in Petrovac. She gained a lot of rating, if I'm not mistaken. So basically, yeah.
Yeah, and I also wanted to mention her because of her norm. We can maybe mention now norms scored at this particular event. Of course, I believe that you know some of them already.
Yeah, exactly. And keep in mind that this is still unofficial and that there is two more rounds to be played actually, so a lot more chances for some norms to be gained. But after this round, which we had finished, Dana Kohavi is the one who will gain WIM norm at this point. Avramidou Anastasia also has WIM norm. Smietanska Victoria WIM norm. Urgzala with an amazing IM norm. She is playing on board number 9 today. We mentioned that she has outstanding performance in tournaments so far. But regarding also WIM norms, we have Yarotska Livia, Zhereptsova Alexandra, Mgeladze Anastasia, Mgeladze Kisaria, I'm sorry. Anastasia Kirtadze has won an IM norm so far. And also to mention Abdinova Narmin, Yildiz Elif Zeren, Agnesa Stepania Ter-Avitisiana, and Anna Kachartyan from Armenia as well, winning WIM norms.
Yeah, we might write it in chat at some stage if you're not sure, just surnames and maybe which norm. But regarding this game, it looks very interesting. So Black allowed this idea because now she will get back the queen, or also there is this motif sometimes, but here it doesn't work. So rook e8 is, I believe, necessary, or maybe to take first and then trying to catch the queen. So this is the concept, and of course after taking you can take on f8, but then after some move like, I don't know, bishop f8, usually pieces are better, queen is better, and then two rooks, so taking on a8 is not on the menu in this position.
I also saw a very interesting game. Olga Zimina against Tereza Rothstein seems to be already fired up. It's board number 33.
Kesaria again playing Rouser. So she has scored a nice win versus whom? Hang on. I'm trying to recall. Alojzije, I believe, yeah. Okay, so she's blitzing out the moves. This game was played in a game of Ivan Cheparinov, now recent game. You can check, please, Dragana, that game at the European Individual Championship in Romania, Open Championship. I believe that all the moves were played, maybe d5 was included a little bit earlier. White pushed f4.
You mentioned Cheparinov, right?
Yeah. Cheparinov played the game, won with the black pieces.
Against?
Okay, maybe against Lashkin or something like that, so it should be Sicilian. Yep.
Could be this one, yeah?
Yeah, that's it. So I will tell you what was the line. So he took, white took on c6. Yeah, everything was played. Bishop went to b3, queen a5, king b1, exactly, yep. King b8, rook d3, h5 was played. Can you go back a little bit?
Yes.
h5, yes. Rook d1, h4, no? Okay, not h4. So here the difference is that he didn't play king b8. Rooks were doubled, and queen went back to c7, and he pushed d5. And here Kesaria is playing without queen c7. She wants to go to e5. g3 was played, I think, in that game as well.
Yeah.
Okay, now it's similar. And what happened? Yeah, now they have the same position, but Kessaria lost, I think, two tempi because she went from a5 to e5 one tempo and then to c7. But it's similar position. Can you go back? So we have this position, and here
I believe this is the most.
It's white on the move. Who is here on the move?
Black.
Okay, so we have the same position with an extra move for white.
Exactly.
So I'm curious. That game went, I don't know, let's say that I moved the king, taking on e4.
Yeah, black took on e4, rook took on d8. The other one was exchanged as well. Black retook with the queen. And queen took on e4. f5 followed, queen e5 check, bishop d6, queen g7, queen f8. White didn't want to exchange the queens, so he put the queen on h7. Bishop e7 followed.
Okay, it's on. He
Bishop
was a pawn
c4,
down,
yeah.
but at some stage, typical Rouser composition, he won the game versus Lashkin 25-17, and Ivan is 26-46. Very interesting that Kessaria ended.
Yeah, maybe she was
I'm not sure
aware
that
of
she's
this,
aware of that, but
this game, yeah.
I am, yeah.
Okay, this was a very useful tip. Maybe some of our viewers are playing the exact same line as well.
You mentioned Zimina. Okay, Laura Unuk is having a normal game. You mentioned Zimina versus Rothstein.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so theory says that, for example, knight f3, d5, d4, then you have this extra option, which you don't have it if white goes d4, d5, c4, because now after bishop f5 there is this line, queen d5, and this one is hanging, or there is also the following line, either c6 or queen d7. So here it allows you this way to play bishop f5 and a c4 e6, but there is also this bishop g4 first, which you couldn't play after c4, of course, and similar thing. This is very sharp. Teresa is well prepared, but here actually she went completely wrong. Maybe we can check what was her mistake, because it seems to me that this is just a bad position. Okay, in the meantime, while Dragana is preparing, this one is hanging, dc3 was played, queen b7 might be a move, but bishop f7 is something I do expect. And if you go king e7, probably some bc3 or something is coming, but maybe there are some other lines as well.
Okay, so with the current position, we do not have any games.
Okay.
And basically, let's see what was the last notable game. Basically, not many players played this. Or I might have inputted it wrong. Just give me a few moments.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's really weird to have this kind of results.
Let's see, Terbe versus Wagner. Wagner suffered a really tough loss yesterday. King's Indian, interesting position. Playing it without light square bishop. Bodana yesterday scored a draw. Today she's always having a great positions, and David Shegelia told me today around lunch that Bodana was playing yesterday versus Austrian player. It was Jasmine Denise, and he said that she was super polite and friendly, and after the game she asked, after 5 hours game, she asked, "Are you ready to analyze the games?"
Oh,
so
that's so cute.
Yeah, she's so in love with chess. Any info?
Yeah, well, after move number 5, I see Elyanov, Kasparov, Krasenkov, and so on, but already knight c3, dc4, knight c3, something seems to be wrong even here.
e5 is probably a bad move already. It's a mistake. So DC is a bad move. So which move was played instead of d takes c6, c4, e6 or
e6
c6?
and c6 seem to
this
be
was
more
misplayed.
reasonable. dc4 definitely not something that you can have some memorable game in the database.
Okay, let's go to our classical multiple view. So Bulmaga is pushing the pawns. Lela, we'll probably have a draw here, and Daniel Jan playing an interesting position. Malseskaya complicated, and we have in this camera Kings Griffel India, which is already super complicated.
And Teodora has spent quite a lot of time. She definitely was surprised, but at this moment Irina started burning some time as well.
Maybe you can say a little bit more about Teodora, because I know that you know all Serbian players. Have you played against her?
Yeah, I believe that we even mentioned this a few days ago. I know her since she started playing chess, basically. Since both of us grew up in Belgrade, we could see each other at some tournaments. She is a few years younger than me, though. But I believe I mentioned this as well a few days ago, too, that even from that moment, even when she was a complete beginner, she always had this fierce look on her face. She had this healthy dose of not respecting anybody she's playing against, and basically feeling that she could win any single tournament. I know that she worked with Zoran Arsovic for quite some time. I believe she reached 2300 with him, and she also had quite some remarkable results recently. And basically, she was the youngest ever to win the Women's Serbian National Championship with only 18 years. Also, she won a bronze medal at the World Youth Championship in Porto Caras in 2018. She started playing for the national team once she turned 17, and basically her first tournament, I believe, was 2017 or 2019, counting the European teams. And she also took the gold medal for the best performance on board number 1 at the European Teams Championship in Budva, basically the last European 2 years ago, where she scored her first Grandmaster norm. So basically this made her the first ever female chess player from Serbia to have achieved the Grandmaster norm, which is quite huge in my opinion. And nowadays, of course, she's a standard part of the national team. She also played a few World Cups so far. 2021, where she defeated Tina Belenkaya, and then was defeated by Katerina Lagno. And at the last World Cup 2023 in Baku, she won the first 2 rounds. And the most important part being that she managed, basically the first 3 rounds, that she managed to win against Alexandra Kostyniuk with a score of 3-1. And she was eliminated afterwards by Polina Shovalova. So yeah, she does have quite a rich chess history. And I believe yesterday that I saw an announcement that she will be representing Sirmium at the European Club Cup, which will be played once again in Rhodes in October, so she definitely will be back. But other than chess, I can say that she's very polite, she's very humble, she always likes to give you a smile and brief chit-chat and so on, and she seems to be a very good friend, so this makes me really happy that she's in this position right now, leading the tournament and having basically an historic moment in front of her, but I do not want to jinx anything, and of course the game is yet to be developed. She is under some attack, this g4, h5 pawns. I don't know how the game will continue, but yeah.
Good, thanks for that. That was very nice. Yeah, what can we touch now? So games are now in those phase which is like you're out of the prep, you know some structures, you are not sure where to go, but at least you are still inside your like comfort zone, and in 2-3 moves I think that part of the game will be over, and then you will see that players are sort of nervous. For example, this game, of course they know that they can push pawns and so on. Okay, they are recollecting, a little bit thinking, but she knows that she will make castle and push g5, for example, and Teodora will push a4, but after that, 2-3 moves, then it's over. You pushed your moves, Irina did the same, and now it's a moment to change a placement of your piece, where it usually belongs, rerouting, forcing some exchange, maybe even sacrificing something. Let's go to board number 2. Okay, this one, let's say that we can avoid it for a bit, but this is the same. So you know that your knight will be on d7, f6, and white, for example, came out with the pieces, but now it's a moment either you push c5 or you push some, or you exchange on e5. That's why you're burning a lot of time. The game I'm curious is this one, because I love those greenfield. Now sometimes bishop g5 is the move to provoke f6, or when rook comes to d7, there is some queen somewhere, so rook usually should go even on d6. But in this scenario, probably f6 is sort of forced. I believe that she will go for bishop g5. tense situation. I'm trying to find some games which are interesting, but we haven't touched them yet. So this is Bodana, under some pressure, a bit strange move. She went for this exchange. For example, if I take, not immediately, but let's say knight f5, maybe also jumping to b5 can be useful. I'm not sure about this move. Božena Pidubna was playing last year really well. This year she's struggling. Last year she scored 4 out of 4 or something like that.
I believe the first game she lost last year was against Vatiliev on board number 1, so yeah.
This game, it's a little bit strange to play it without light square bishop. So I'm curious how this happened. Okay, a5, King's Indian. This is known from Caruana's games. Denis Kadrić also played it. Okay, I believe that here this plan of queen c8 and bishop h3 was probably wrong. But Livia went for it. Zimina is now thinking how to move, but bishop f7 will be played. Karashoni I mentioned, playing super interesting game. Kochavi is thinking. This one is already in an endgame. Kesaria. Okay, knight a4. Maybe a good move. Gaponenko is dead lost.
What, already?
What has happened? Yes. Queen d5, maybe she forgot about this, but this is a theory.
What?
So bishop a6, she forgot. Ah, she forgot about this check. So now some move. Maybe, I don't know, bishop. Is bishop d3 a move? Okay, not a bad one. So she went here and now queen c3 check. You cannot come here because check and then some other checks. So she went up. Queen e5 and now wherever you come, I'm taking this one, but maybe I can also do it this way. So it looks horrible. Ina is having a tough tournament. She started very well. Okay, solid with 3.5 out of 5 and then 2 losses. Draw a win yesterday, but today she's struggling.
Oh, tough to have this position out of the opening, basically lose so quickly. It's not the most pleasant feeling.
Fatalieva, we're left around here. F4 sad necessity. Knight e3 just been played. Zhukova already having a winning position.
And I checked about the time, even when Zhukova had 1.5 hours and her opponent had only an hour and half an hour. It was correct. So it is correct now as well. Black did spend quite a lot of time in the opening.
Interesting positions. Monika Sochko seems to be in a big problem. She gave this bishop, misplaying this position, and it looks very passive. Sabrina Vega. Nino Batsiashvili. Let's get the camera full screen, board number 11, because she seems to be totally winning already. Let's get the board above them.
Is it possible that not 2 hours have passed and we already have 2 games that seem to be decisive?
So she took on c5, and now probably
Queen e3, rook d8. No, I cannot play queen
queen
e3. Okay.
rook c8 you can play, but probably
Yeah.
bishop b3 is just winning. Okay, maybe I should
This
go
kind
with
of tricks.
this rook. You cannot go queen b4, so she's just calculating bishop b3. Will she play it?
There is a great possibility.
Okay, this is another choice, but then I can take, and I can still survive this with the white pieces maybe.
So basically it is necessary for you to play bishop b3 first and then...
Yeah, this is how it looks like. Dead lost position already.
Wow, wouldn't expect this. And Fiona basically has only one loss so far this tournament, around number 5 against Diamante. And so far she was playing well. She has a draw against Stavroula, she has a draw against Dinara Wagner, a draw, okay, with Ekaterina Pavlidou. She won against Susanna Terbe yesterday. She made a draw with Sabrina Vega. So basically she is playing quite well at this tournament, but okay, it still needs, Black still needs to make this bishop b3 move. I guess some rook c8 might be more natural at the first glance, but we know that Nino is a very experienced player, that she is able to go through these finesses. In the meantime, I see that the clock situation on board number 1 is leveling up. So So Teodora started playing faster while Irina is now the one burning some time. Lela is down half an hour on board number 2. Bella Khotenashvili is spending a lot of time against Nadia Tonchev on board number 7. Nina Gaponenko down to only 8 minutes, but as you've mentioned, this position is already completely lost. So the time management won't make much of a difference at that board.
So let's go to our multiple view. I think now that Nina will spend some time, let's just briefly check our main boards. So here black is thinking, rook f to d1 was played, also normal move. Then we have Alojzije, okay, having a strange knight on h3. This looks really strange to play this way. I don't know, allowing this kind of position, but she's counting maybe to press over the g file. Elina, yeah, normal position still. Everything looks normal for both sides. Lela, I believe that this should end up in a draw somehow, and Irina, things are heating up. So maybe it's a moment that we go for a break, and then we will catch second part of the round.
Exactly. Make sure that you get your coffees, your snacks, whatever not, but once we get back, the things are already going to be heated up.
Yeah, when we are actually heading to the break, I love how you introduce that, Dragana, so sometimes I even want to stay a bit. No, I'm joking, let's go for a break.
Chess moves. Smart. Free eSIM. Smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union. A checkmate for connectivity.
This is a chance. This is a war. Everyone wants to be a winner. But the path to victory is lonely. Chess Robot, the smartest, most advanced AI chess robot. It turns chess into an exciting game of progression. Mastering 25 levels will transform you from a beginner to a grandmaster. Not into level ups, challenge the AI instead. Set the difficulty, make it a breeze, or push it beyond your limits. It's incredibly smart, just like a max-level human. Equipped with a camera like an eye, Chess Robot combines advanced algorithms to capture every change on the chessboard and accurately pick up pieces with its robotic arm. Access the Planet Alliance function to connect and play chess online with friends from all over the world. Here you will find players of all skill levels. Flip the board and play as white. You can't wait to get started. New to chess? We've got a better way. Chess Robot offers a variety of learning methods to help you improve. As you can see, Chess Robot provides various learning modules, including chess courses, AI practice, class game review, and off-book play. You'll level up your skills in no time. Let's start the endgame practice, featuring 145 carefully selected classic endgames. Now you have a greater chance to become a winner. This is Chess Robot. Today, chess all in AI.
Chess moves. Smart. Free eSIM. Smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union. A checkmate for connectivity.
This is a chance. This is a war. Everyone wants to be a winner. But the path to victory is lonely. Chess Robot, the smartest, most advanced AI chess robot. It turns chess into an exciting game of progression. Mastering 25 levels will transform you from a beginner to a grandmaster. Not into level ups, challenge the AI instead. Set the difficulty, make it a breeze, or push it beyond your limits. It's incredibly smart, just like a max-level human. Equipped with a camera like an eye, Chess Robot combines advanced algorithms to capture every change on the chessboard and accurately pick up pieces with its robotic arm. Access the Planet Alliance function to connect and play chess online with friends from all over the world. Here you will find players of all skill levels. Flip the board and play as white. You can't wait to get started. New to chess? We've got a better way. Chess Robot offers a variety of learning methods to help you improve. As you can see, Chess Robot provides various learning modules, including chess courses, AI practice, class game review, and off-book play. You'll level up your skills in no time. Let's start the endgame practice, featuring 145 carefully selected classic endgames. Now you have a greater chance to become a winner. This is Chess Robot. Today, chess all in AI.
Hey guys, we are back. I hope that you had a nice coffee, and here we are truly realizing the importance of a nice quality cup of coffee. So yeah, I already drank mine, so I cannot show you, unfortunately. But yeah, we actually do not need much of caffeine to still be woken up, since the game on board number 1 is quite interesting already.
Are there any coffee house player here? No? Maybe there are some.
I don't know.
Maybe there are some.
Who knows?
Let's go to our multiple view. Let's check. So what's going on here? So knight landed on f5, hoping to open the g file. But black, of course, is ready to push her pawns.
So basically this will be a tough race. Will maybe a tempo be deciding the game?
Yeah, it's a race. It's a race. When it's a race, as you know, it can be really tricky because it's hard to visualize everything, because one move can completely change the assessment. So I believe that now it's more like playing on the feeling. In the meantime, how is our voting poll doing? Are people still thinking that Teodora might win that game?
Yeah, exactly. The poll and our viewers suggest that more than 50% of our viewers actually vote for Teodora to win. Only 19% is in favor of Irina's result, while we have almost 30% with a draw. So I guess that we have more Teodora's fans or Serbian fans in the chat than the ones from Romania. But this situation might be different afterwards.
We had a short photo shooting in the broadcast room.
Yeah, basically, I don't think that we have a photo from...
Yeah, Mark is here. Mark came 2 days ago, I believe, or yesterday. So now you could see him around at the playing hall. Always nice photos, nice moment. Thanks for that. Yeah, and I believe that players are very happy to see their faces, their photos. Yeah, it can be a really nice memory.
Exactly.
Later, so
exactly. After the tournaments, one of the first things I usually do when I go home is trying to find myself on some photos somewhere, because as a player, you know that you cannot have any mobile devices or photo cameras inside. So basically, if you manage to get a photo from the official photograph, then you have a memory. If not, next chance. So, but it's quite nice when you see a picture from 10 years ago in the playing hall, and somehow it brings a lot of memories from outside the board.
Yeah, when I start to speak about variations, somehow you lose interest, but then when I mention photos, Dragana can speak for hours. Yeah, okay. So you have this nice feeling for that. I like this, I appreciate this. So your favorite photo, you have some from chess tournament?
Actually, I do.
Yeah, you see, good questions.
Actually, I do. I have a photo from 2017 from Alina Lamy. She managed to make this photo. It was black and white, and the first time I saw it, I didn't realize that it was me on the picture. And she actually quoted it as Batman Reloaded. So yeah, it's definitely a favorite one of mine because I don't look like myself, and it's in some heat of the moment and some mess on the board as well. So
Is
it's a very nice memory.
is it published somewhere? People can find it on Google or somewhere?
I don't know on Google. I have it on all of my profiles, but
so Google mode on. Find that photo.
yeah, the most important part
Exactly, of course.
of the round.
Dragana will say it wasn't me, like Shaggy.
No, but it was very funny because when the photo came out, a friend of mine sent it to me, and she asked me like, "Do you like it?" And I said, "Yeah, it's a nice photo." Why? Well, Alina wanted to know if you like it or not, and I said, "Okay, great, but why would she need my opinion? I'm flattered, but why my opinion?" And she said, "Well, because it's you on the picture, like, duh." And I was like, no, are you sure? Wait, it's really me. So, yeah.
Okay, you will show me that photo. I think you did already a year ago or something
Yeah,
like that. So
I
I have
can.
something, but I'm not sure exactly. Okay, so guys, you see, speaking about photos, we can, spend like half an hour easily. In the meantime, in Bulmaga versus Injac, I don't know, unbalanced position. Oh, Dragana is now showing me the photo. So you look really like super concentrated.
Right?
Guys, now
And you cannot, I think that you cannot recognize me, at least not in the first 5 seconds, if you do not know that it's me.
Batman Reloaded. This is the name
that's
of
the caption,
photo.
yeah. 2017
Yeah, but
European
cool.
Team Championship.
Do you know
from
the game exact one? Okay, good memory. Let's move on.
Okay.
Let's move on with the. Yeah, but okay, you remember that you play chess at some stage of your life.
Hey, that's a low blow, actually.
Okay, guys, sorry for having some poking around, but yeah, we must bring you that spirit as well. But it's a moment to check the games, to become turbo serious. Of course, Dragana, you're more than welcome to poke me back. So no worries for that.
I will wait for my chance.
Yeah, sure, it will come.
For
I
sure.
give chances, yeah. So, knight f5, of course, Teodora doesn't want to take because then this would be devastating. So it's a waiting game. And also here Irina, after queen d7, doesn't want to take on d4. So, waiting game. But I'm very glad for Irina. 7.5 out of 9. Maybe we can also mention some rating gainers. She's actually returning back her lost points from Tata Steel.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, our top 3 players are all in a plus. And having in mind that they have K of 10, it's great that Teodora is plus 16, Bulmaga is plus 19, basically Narvama is plus 10. So these are some great results. Kirtadze is plus 155. This is by far the biggest ELO rating difference of the tournament, but of course we know that this was even higher a few rounds ago, but still she has 6 out of 9 and plus 156 basically points. And let me see whom else. Zhereptsova is almost plus 40, plus 35 for Krsteva Beloslava, going back up above 2300. Veliki Chedela is plus 38. Abdinova Narmin, one of the girls who gained her WIM norm, is plus 85. So Agnesa Stepania as well, plus 77 on this tournament, going strong, close to 2200. Georgianis plus 30. Kesaria plus 26. Hapala Elizabeth plus 47 with a K of 20, not 40, which is really amazing actually. Tripan Cheren plus 75. And I believe that this would be our top gainers. And maybe...
Yeah. Anything to add?
Yeah, I was searching for some big loss of rating, actually. I see minus 41 in Slivichka, Alicia position. So this is a K of 20, so if she doesn't win this game today or tomorrow, she might drop below 2300. Which is not the most pleasant. Minus 40 as well for Alessia Mihaela from Romania. Minus 60 Bochnikova Simona. Minus 54 for Lach Alexandra, it doesn't go her way, and yeah, so one.
Okay, thanks for that. Let's check board number 2. I'm surprised how Lela got into this pawns down position. Of course, she's trying to liquidate, to steer the game to a draw, but it won't be so easy. So maybe some rook d4 or rook a1 first. Okay, this might happen, I don't know, probably some rook e7 or something. Okay, c5, if you push, then rook d5. Okay, probably it's still dead draw. Maybe something could have been played better. So king b7 was not a good move. She didn't want to take. She was afraid to take. Don't know why. This check is not so dangerous, so she was maybe afraid of this position. But then she lost a huge part of her advantage. Game number 4. Okay, things are heating up. I love the way how Mai is playing. She's really an active player.
She's going for some sharp positions always, yeah.
Yeah. With the black pieces, she's the one creating and Bella's position always. And we have Marcelskaya. Getting this knight to h3 was a really strange decision. She's probably regretting it, but what to do? She needs to move on. Yeah, Lela, as we mentioned, we have some equalization.
Oh, I just noticed that we already have a result on board number 16.
Yeah, Marina Brunella made things look easy versus Zhereptsova. This is typical. You have players like Zhereptsova, 2200, playing great event, but then in the last, second part of the tournament, she was not doing great, although winning yesterday game versus Laura Unuk. It's tough to keep the pace. So the game was complicated. This is now quite popular. It was played by Yufa, and also Stavroula played it, maybe round number 2. This f4 move, rook d8 I think was played. Rook d8, maybe not exactly this one, I'm trying to recall, but I believe that it was the line. And some a6 is knight on c3, hang on. No, d3 instead. This is a different position, I believe. No, this is like this one. I don't know, something like this. This kind of position, or let's say here, knight e5, queen c7, f4, something like this was the line. And then knight goes to c3. Stavroula played it, I believe. Jufa played it many times. In this tournament, which round was that when Stavroula played it? Here. Okay, so Marina went to this sharp attack on the king side, and she made it look easy, a great game.
It just looks horrible for black. So basically, what is the main problem with and let me just find Stavroula's. Stavroula was white, right? In a game you want to mention. It's definitely not this one.
Okay, so let's check. Let's stroll around, let's get the camera with our one camera view. Let's see how Toncheva is doing board number 7. Okay, Stavroula, we have an interesting game, but let's see Toncheva. Yeah, Bella seems to be dominating, but it's still complicated. I don't know, do we have Dolukhanova Coulon? I believe that we have on the camera.
This would be board 8. Maybe not actually. I think we don't.
We don't have them on the camera. Let's get our traditional way. So here, this is a big mess. And let's go to board number 9. Okay, somehow Sophie misplayed it. So actually that was well played by, I believe she must play this h3 move at some stage, or maybe c4, something like that, knight g5. Yeah, Zala is playing really well.
Even though she has already scored an IM norm, she
maybe just okay. C5
keeps on pushing.
C4 is not a great move, I believe, so I can maybe take on E3 as an option. Rook D8, sorry, Rook D8 allows taking on C5, but can be a move to take on D5. So Zala is doing quite well. Then we can go to the next camera. Here, it's a real mess. Anastasia is under pressure, and Fiona Zieber. What has happened here? Bishop B3 played.
So Nino found the finesse.
Didn't taking allows this king B2, so she went for rook D8. Okay, that was not simple. Now you cannot play king B2 because of queen A3. Very nice, very inspiring. And she's totally winning a great game. Let's go full screen to check how Fiona
is holding up.
Yeah. It's very hard now to parry the attack. We can see that black is completely dominating. And Fiona is aware that Nino is about to win this one. She had two tough losses, one versus Elina Rubers, second one yesterday versus Maseskaya. But this win can take you back to some regular chance for top places.
Yeah, exactly. With a round to go, everything is possible. Especially if all of the players go for some decisive results and go all in. The standings can change quite a lot.
Okay, so let's move on. Let's check other games. So next camera we have Avramidu Bejdulaeva. And okay, complicated game. Sabrina versus Jana. This is super interesting. Sabrina is playing also super interesting chess. Krsteva versus Sochko. It seems that Monica is under heavy pressure. Rooks there, it looks really tough. Mamadova is totally winning. So what happened here? Yeah, she got this super upgraded
Dutch defense.
Dutch defense, exactly, and then she made a masterpiece. Taking.
Black is just all over the place.
Yeah. If you play this, maybe 93, I just win some spot. Zavatska versus Velikic was complicated.
Adela once again spending a lot of time, and she seems to be struggling with this time management at the tournament.
Zhukova is sort of winning. Mamedyarova, that's a mess. Pawn up, but black has splendid compensation. Complicated. Fatalieva, Alahverdieva, that was an interesting game, and it still
How
is.
this happened?
Okay, so she penetrated with the knight. But hang on, we have this game to follow. What's going on? Is it a freestyle chess?
Seems like it might be.
Who is on the move? White is on the move because there will be a checkmate.
Queen 1, yeah.
So king g2, what else?
Few other checks possible, yes, but... And what's so wrong with this one? f3 incoming, or bishop h3, or bishop h3 not probably? Ah, but maybe...
Queen g4 and then f3.
Was bishop h3 possible if you take with the queen some f3? Ah, you can just retake with the queen, okay.
So this is winning, so what should you do? f3?
So I can just take the rook, no?
Okay, but also everything is hanging in black's camp. If you take the rook, take. I don't believe that this taking is good.
I thought maybe just a check first on h1, then taking on f1.
Okay, possible
Somehow, but seems to be even worse, huh?
Yeah. So f3, I believe, will be played. And now it's Elina's turn to move on.
What a mess on the board. Everything is hanging, and maybe once you move the queen from this diagonal protecting the f6 square, maybe I have some bishop f7 motifs and queen f6, something like that. You have to calculate always d7 as well. What a position.
A really big mess.
And if I'm not mistaken, I saw
Gaponenko survived
really.
a bit at least.
Huh.
She is a pawn down, but it seems that the worst is over.
And by the way, Zimina was completely winning, and she's now completely losing. Can we check this one?
Yeah, sure.
Zimina is playing on board number 33.
So it was this line. Yeah. Ah, she took on g8. Didn't want to give this check. And suddenly, immediately, rook g8 loses.
But you can always take on g8. Why not first give the check on f7, right? To disturb the king.
Possible, but
I mean, if you want to take on g8,
yeah, I
right?
think this is like just this bishop a3 should be best. Now she's dead lost. What a game!
I thought that that
Dana
game would finish.
Koshavi is dead lost. Not dead lost, worse. She's worse. Something has been misplayed. Strange. Okay, so let's get back to our main boards. In the meantime, c4 was played. Is it a good reaction? Yeah, it seems that Irina is playing a great game.
c4, but you're basically voluntarily opening up the b file.
Okay, but she wants to say that I will hold my king, while at the same time there are some weaknesses around.
This bishop on c3 seems to be doing a great job, but can I somehow try to remove it?
Yeah.
Some knight b5 perhaps, but okay, c5 is hanging, but with white pieces I wouldn't know whether I want to capture that one, since I would be opening up the c file and basically giving you maybe some chances to attack. I mean, okay, it wouldn't be completely open since we have the pawn on c7. What a messy position. Bishop a6 just played by Teodora. Not caring for the a5 pawn, of course. That one is definitely not important at the moment, especially since it would be deflecting the bishop from its main role at the moment, defending the b2 square. Okay, so basically she's putting some pressure on d3. I believe that knight f5 and taking d3 is not her main idea. But okay, connecting the rooks. Some rook b8 might be incoming.
Yeah, okay, this is super sharp. I agree. So for second board, probably steer to a draw, as we mentioned. Board number 4, it's really complicated. Same goes for board number 5. Some sacrifice. I feel it in the air. Stavroula versus Savina, knight e5. Interesting move. If you take, of course, queen f3 is coming. Claudia Coulon, this is a mess. Knight b5 played. So if you take, I take king f7, let's say. Why is king f7 bad? Don't know. Maybe king e7. No, so knight d7 probably. Okay, this is not so simple. Urzala is playing a great game, but she's really low on time. 5 minutes.
This is move number
23.
Oof. So switching to blitz mode. But it's hard to switch to blitz mode when your opponent has so much time. And suddenly you have this adrenaline rush, but at the same time you need to wait. So
let's go to this game. Board number 7, let's get the camera, because now just night before was launched by Bella. So it was interesting game, and then night before came as a super strong move. Maybe we can get the board above them and full screen. So if you take, probably c3 just decides. So taking, I believe c3 is the move, and your rook is coming, and black is probably just winning here.
queen before, simple.
Queen before or queen a2, I'm not sure which one. Queen before, maybe
Yeah. Okay, bishop b3 might come.
queen and now some like bishop b3 and the checkmate. So I believe that this is super tricky already for Toncheva. Rook a1 played.
Can I have some even
We have a win by Batsiashvili, by the way. Okay, let's prepare a setup. We will have a guest. And we are back. Nino Batsiashvili, congratulations.
Thank you.
Very smooth win. Let's reveal it a little bit. Let's get the board. Actually, you crashed your opponent with the black piece.
Yeah, it was easy one. She missed this bishop a2, I think.
Let's get the board in a normal way. So e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c5, c3. Everything was actually...
Yes, knight d4 I was surprised to take. Of course, it is main theory here. And okay, knight d4, not precise too much.
Okay, so she took with the knight. Have you seen this move before?
No, I never checked.
Okay, so you were on your own now. So castle, but she was, okay, you were playing sort of fast. It resembles now some Scotch.
Oh yes, but I have this d5, e5 and my knight on e7 and I can make f6. And I was thinking it's okay for me just.
Okay, so you took, if she takes with the pawn, you always give check, or you can...
Yes, I can give check and after to go d5 and e5, maybe knight e5 even, to take this bishop.
Okay, good version. So she took with the bishop, takes, knight g6. Were you thinking about something else, or...?
Okay, I can make this d6, just waiting move, but I was thinking knight g6 is smart because she cannot make somehow castle. I can go queen g5 or something like this, I don't know. Maybe it was too optimistic.
Okay, but to be able to win this game, you need to be a bit optimistic, right? So you played, she played knight e2, d6, long castle. Okay, of course you want to win the game, so this is more than welcome. And she plays castle long. But then you play bishop e6. Any comment here?
Oh yes, I wanted to take a2 and I am preparing this one. Now I cannot take because of b3 and king b2 and I am not ready.
So you played b5.
And here this move I don't, very bad I think.
Okay, she was thinking that she can play slow, but then you took on a2.
Yeah, because his rooks is not, it's only moment I can take. There's knight on f1 and...
So from this point, let's say before taking, how far you calculated from now? Which position? Or
I saw this rook d8 and I was thinking I can take rook d5. Then she's putting.
So from already from this moment,
Yes.
Okay. So you took c5, the best move, queen a5. I think she missed bishop, queen c5. I think she plays sort of fast.
Yes, but what is another move? I want to go b4.
Okay.
And
then b4 is coming.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not. Probably it's already dead lost.
Yes, after queen c5 it's only move. At first I was calculating rook c8, but and this end game, but okay. I'm a little bit better, but not winning.
Or I don't know, 93 or what, or something like this, right?
Yes.
So you took.
Maybe I can take 1 pawn, but it's not big game.
You took on b3 and rook c8 and rook d8.
Yeah, this is the main point, because now this bishop is defending king somehow. When I take on c3, king b2, and I cannot make any checks after. Not queen a3, nothing.
So queen rook d8, important move. Okay, till this moment this is possible to see in advance very easily, but rook d8, it's an important detail. Bishop d5, you took on c3,
yes,
and rook c4 is also nice.
First I wanted to take on d5, maybe it's also winning, I don't know, ed, because queen takes d5, queen b4, and rook b3 here, no.
Rook b3, yeah.
Yeah, and king c1, only move.
Okay.
And here knight f4 probably.
Oh.
And knight g3, and queen a2. Somehow I can make checkmate. Maybe it was a better version.
It's good. It wins. So you played rook c4. Takes. Okay, you know that it's winning.
Yes, it's because of this rook on h1 is not in the game.
So she's pinned and knight e5, knight c4. Okay, that was quite simple for you. Regarding previous rounds, yesterday you had tough. You lost drawish position,
Yeah,
but
after opening, I can in one move I missed this long castle.
So in the opening or what?
Yes, in the opening.
Which move was that?
E4 was very bad move for me. I play this move immediately, and I can play long castle and just. She cannot take my knight because of bishop e7.
Yeah, but is this theory, the c6, c5?
I don't know. I never saw
dubious,
this
yeah.
one.
And but then later it was tough, but it seems that you will hold. And somehow.
Yes, and somehow I did not force a draw. It was my mistake. I still keep planning, and that you're making like this, you are losing after. Because in many points I can exchange this for one rook, and it's just wrong.
Yeah, because you were close to winning versus Daniel Jan. Okay, of course it was not easy game.
Yeah, but she plays very well in some point in the end.
Versus Toncha was an easy game from your side. Versus Elina, somehow we are interesting about opening choice. What happened?
Forget. Yes, before I just play bishop a6 very fast. Here, of course, rook f7, and after it's just draw this line.
Yeah, I think she mentioned that she was ready.
Yeah, but after bishop a6, it's not easy because rook f7 is not same. She can take on d5, and cd is not a tempo.
Okay, h5 was probably a tough move, but what to do? It's already maybe tough.
If not h5, it's just losing. I think in the game it's not possible to hold because I have no.
Okay, today you won. You were preparing for the last round.
Okay,
Yes, exactly. Okay, thanks for coming and good luck in the last round. Okay, guys, we are preparing the setup.
And guys, we are readjusted once again. I hope that you enjoyed having Nino in our studio. And in the meantime, board number 2 just finished. Lela and Teimante made a draw.
I believe that against some higher rated opponent that Lela would face some tough time in her game. But yeah, demand she wanted to be also quite solid, so the game finished in opposite card bishops. I don't know, how is your feeling, Dragana? Sometimes it's actually this opposite card bishop position. It's give me some opinion that it's a safe haven for many players. You know, you are like worse, but you know, if I made it.
If I make it to the king and a bishop, it would be a
yeah, and you can be pawn down. You can be sometimes 2 pawns down, and there is no play. With other positions, there might be something still going on, but with opposite card bishops, you just block it.
Yeah, exactly. And who knows? Maybe some players choose some. Okay, I would not say opening lines to go in such a positions, but once you enter the middle game and you have to make some choices, whether to start pushing, start fighting, or so on, and suddenly if you have this option, then okay, as you said, safe haven. And guys, as you can see, we have a new camera on our multiple view. This is board number 7, Toncheva Nadia against Bella Khotenashvili, as you were introduced quite a few times throughout this round. And the main event, our board number 1. The time difference now is only 1 minute, so basically they are leveled up. And this is move number 26. They are both under 15 minutes. So this is now getting really intense. Yeah. And Irina took on d4.
This is
not understanding why.
Surprising turns of events that this bishop d4 was played. But okay, she wants to be solid as well, because with this knight you never know, some a3 and sacrifices might happen, so this way you will be always more or less safe if this a3 happens. So it might not be a bad practical choice, maybe it's super wise. I'm checking what is going on in Sofia versus Urzala, because we have a mess and she's super long time. Zala is long time. Maybe it's a moment that we go full screen to that board just to check board number 7. Is it 7 or 9?
9.
9, okay. And maybe even to get a zoomed one. The move was played.
And Zala has only 2 minutes
yes,
on her
exactly.
clock. Oof. This is tough.
So let's try to grasp some logics behind this position. D pawn is an asset, an important one for white. Knight on b3 is really misplaced. Black's king might get attacked by h4, h5. Knight on b3 is out of play, and Okay, the material is level. Yeah, it's a mess, and c4 will start rolling at some stage, so black has some trumps. Zhukova won in the meantime.
Seems to be an easy game for her today.
She's climbing a bit.
Mamadova won as well. And Teresa Rothstein also finished this crazy game in her favor.
Let's get our classical view and the game number 7, because Bella Khotenashvili, she's also long time, but she seems to be checkmating. Rook h6, a really nice touch. I love it.
And seems like it will be a finishing one.
Yeah, rook b6. Let's zoom it. Let's go full screen.
Rook b6 and some queen a3 afterwards. Bishop b3 maybe. The finishing blow.
Nadia is aware that things are not going her way. This is a really nice view of the game.
Yeah, feels like you're standing right next to them.
Yeah, exactly. So Nadia is thinking. I'm also checking other games. Hang on. Let's go to board number 1. Something has happened. So queen e2, this was played, g6, rook d5. And this seems to be a mistake.
And Teodora just made a move, but I cannot see which one.
Let me try to think. Queen f6.
Queen f6, yeah.
So what happens now regarding standings? If Teodora
wins, it's over.
it's over, if she makes a draw?
If she
She's
makes a
half
draw,
point, only half point above.
yeah, basically she might lose tomorrow theoretically, so with a draw I think that it's not over.
So if she wins, she's the...
If she wins, then
it's
nobody
over.
can catch her, yeah. So this is why this is the game of the round, of course.
Maltseska is really long time. Let's get our classical view, multiple view, because Maltseska is playing on the last seconds, if I'm not mistaken, if the clock is correct. Maybe we can check.
I just got updated, so she has 1 minute and 14 seconds.
Okay.
And basically in Teodora's game, what is the main idea now? Can A3 would provoke some B3, for example. I don't know if I can manage to play somehow C5, C4. In the meantime, white can open up the H file.
Okay, first where to go with the knight? If you go to h6, king g7, the knight is lost. You can go to g3, but then Teodora might prepare tripling the pieces. I don't know if this is an idea, might be. So I believe this is an issue. My Narva playing on last seconds also. A minute on the clock in a messy game. At the same time, Toncheva here looks dead lost, but still.
The game is not over.
Dolukhanova. What a mess. Also last seconds.
Savina also on her last seconds.
Yeah, boards are burning everywhere, so it's a big mess.
Yeah, the time trouble is here, so we are expecting some fireworks everywhere.
Urzala seems to be happy. So what happened there? Okay, white is thinking. Irina Bulmaga is fully focused. Toncheva
Just made a
have
move.
a move. Bella made a move, queen b6.
Not rook b6. She wants to.
Okay, she wants to come with the rook through this side. Rook e6.
Just played. And I do not have time to take on d3 since e1 bishop is hanging. Basically just no way to defend this. Rook e2 and you will not be able to defend a checkmate on
nice game
b2
by
or
Bella.
dropping the piece on e1, so it might as well be game over.
Very nice touch. Nadia is struggling. Teodora seems to be confident. Marceskaya just made a move.
On the last 7 seconds, while Anastasia Savina played on last 2.
Yes, Savina is having this bad endgame.
Irina dropped back under 6 minutes. She is not happy with the position.
Not at all. Savina playing really on last seconds. Move was made on last 2 seconds. Irina made the move, knight g3, and now it's Teodora's turn. What is she up to?
c6.
But this is not the best move. So why she played it? What is the idea behind? Don't forget, guys, that Irina is capable of pulling out a miracle.
Yeah, she has showed this at this tournament. Exactly.
Bella Khotenashvili, Rook B1 played. Okay, still some precision is needed, maybe Queen D6. Bishop B3 also, Bishop B3, but Queen D6 somehow looks the simplest, unless it doesn't work.
Okay, Rook in Irina's game went back to C5. Does this allow some Queen D6, or is Queen E7 even better? Wanting to push C5 to play Queen B7 as well, tripling as you've just mentioned.
Yeah, I'm curious about this position. So what is the move here after Rook B1? What am I missing?
Queen
D6 was my suggestion, but it's not the right. Bishop A3, not the right move. So Queen A5, a good move, but not great. And I'm searching for a killer. Okay, Queen C6. And it stands, the test.
But Bella Bella actually has only 1 minute on the clock.
It's not so simple, the clock is ticking. Dinara blitzing the moves.
In the meantime, Teodora played Queen D6, not choosing E7 as the new square for the Queen. And Bella played it, Queen D6.
Queen D6, giving a small chance to white. We have a move in Milieu. Sophie just played Queen D5, and C4 was played on last minute. Knight A1. Sad necessity, but maybe a super subtle idea. Knight goes from C2 to D4, and now Zala is thinking.
Okay, Irina is already on 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Here Doluhanova versus Claudia Colon, few seconds. Bishop A2, I believe, was missed. Do we have them on the camera? Let's just briefly go to board number 8. Board number 8. We can go with the full screen and the board above, because now Bishop A2 will be played, and I think it's game over, unless I'm missing something. Last move, she's aware, Bishop A2 just been made, and we will have a winner, Claudia Colon, out of 5 games scoring 4.5, and if she will be on 7 out of 10 with a good chance to to play for this top 10 spots. Yeah, Evgenia will give a check, but after King D7, it's sort of over. She is aware that the game is lost. Okay, queen b7, play by inertia. I don't know, any move wins. King e8, queen c7. Yeah, resignation. Let's move the board and let's go back to our view.
History in the making on board number one, to be or not to be. Irina just played rook c1. She's now in severe time trouble. Of course, both of the ladies are under 10 minutes and they have to play 10 more moves. So anything can happen. But Teodora now clearly has the upper hand.
Zawadzka won versus Velikic in the meantime, scoring some wins in the end. Other games are still in progress. Narva playing on last seconds. Stavroula seems to be winning versus Savina. Savina is super long time. We can still see that Bella is still playing. Last move was played in last 8 seconds. Injac is better, but the game goes on.
I guess she has to keep the initiative alive somehow.
We have many decisive games, except those on top. So players are taking more risk. Bodana seems to be in problems. Nia is winning versus Sandu. That's an interesting counter. Laura Unuk is winning, Katerina Atalik as well, Dinara Wagner. Karashoni is winning versus Henneman. Fatalieva won in the end versus
Really?
Alojzije. Yeah, that's surprising result from that position. So here bishop c8 played by Teodora.
Probably wanting to put the bishop on e6. Aiming for a2.
Urkzala seems to be misplaying her position because she's really long time. So, to take with edge, pawn or f. For an endgame, f might be better.
I believe she'll take with an f.
Okay, you know her better.
My guess. Eight more moves to reach the 40th and the additional 30 minutes, but if you're not careful, the game might end just before that.
Daniel Jan, the game steered to Nikol, which is surprising. Arabidze. Okay, that's a mess. Savina played a move on last second. Let's go with the camera to board number 6. Last second, let's zoom it. We can remove the board and zoom it, and last second.
Exactly.
Last second move.
And the position is crazy.
Yeah. And I would love to see in future, what do you think, Dragana? Is it possible that we get clocks with also milliseconds?
Oof.
That you see how close was
It
her
could be
of
possible,
losing?
why not? But
Yeah, because
it
it's
would be very stressful, I think, for for the
I
players.
would love to have it, that info. Please, come on. Okay, now they're blitzing a bit. In the meantime,
Irina just
Teodora
played.
took with the F pawn. Elina, it's
See, I had a feeling. Irina replied with King A1 and Bishop E6 was played.
So many complicated games. For example, take a look of this one. Kirtadze is playing versus Kielbasa. This is a real mess.
That would be board number 10.
Yeah, but we can come there later. Okay, we can go there, just to show you. And to show you a board. That you see how messy this position is. They're having 11 more moves, and you can see that, yeah, now Rook F8 played, Kirtadze is on last seconds, Rook G1, but we really cannot cover everything. Let's go back to our main multiple view, because we have a mess. We have first board, decisive game. Let's stay there for a second or for a while. Teodora just played Queen B4, but still, it's not so simple. He has this painful experience of similar position where she was
In round number 1,
Yeah.
unfortunately, yes. But we know that she learned from it. And okay, she definitely has the initiative, but how do you break through? A3 runs into B3. Will it be possible to sacrifice in B3? Do you include C5? I really don't know.
Savina, last move made on last 3 seconds. Toncheva in Antoaneta Khotenashvili, here we have this sacrifice. Okay, Queen E1, but she's trying, counting on these tactics. And then Queen B4, so this is the concept. So how do we win?
Okay, Bulmaga on her last 30 seconds.
This way, no? Ah, I can take. Okay, but this, no. This is very bad. So what can I do? I can give check. I don't get it. How do I win?
I have to interrupt you. I think we have some very important developments on board number 1. Bulmaga just played a3. This seems to change the evaluation a lot. So, is there a final blow? What's going on? Bulmaga is under a minute. She played the last move on her last 19 seconds. Teodora has 4.5 minutes on her clock, even more. Why is a3 so bad?
Okay, she can build a battery maybe. Queen go back, queen goes back, bishop f7. Is this working? Not really.
Do you want to put the queen on the 8th rank or the 7th? Do you have time to regroup it and maybe take the queen on b8 and the other rook on b7?
Hang on.
Is there enough time?
Okay, not this one. So what's the system here? Okay, maybe just move the queen. No, I'm missing something. What am I missing? Why queen e7 is not good? Okay, queen b3, and then you take. Okay, I would return the queen. Okay, maybe to f8, I don't know.
To f8 and then rook b7 and
Yeah.
queen b8.
Yeah. So she needs to return the queen. My Narva seems to be winning since something was blundered. This knight e3 was blundered. Malseskaya, long time, who knows what will happen. Tsolakidou is winning. Savina playing the last seconds. Bella Khotenashvili has misplayed it. And
Really?
suddenly,
No
yeah.
checkmate?
Suddenly Nadia is back to business.
Queen a5 just played. She didn't want to move the queen all the way back, and suddenly the engine does not
She
like
was
this
maybe
move so
afraid
much.
queen f8, queen a4, but I believe that some tactics wins on spot.
Knight f1, played immediately.
What a mess.
What
a drama.
a mess.
Trilla in Manila.
This
Will
is it.
Teodora convert? She is about to make 9 out of 9, but Irina is fighting like a lion, making
job.
Teodora's
The
job,
hardest it can be.
It really looks super complicated. Bishop b3 just been played.
She didn't want to play some rook b3 maybe? To have some chance on sacrificing? Last 35 seconds. Irina needs to make a decision. Queen e1.
Not so simple at all.
Nope.
Not simple at all. In the meantime, my Narva completely winning. We might see a checkmate there. What a turn of events. Let's go back to our simultaneous view. because so many things we will need to follow. This game is finished. Meri Arabidze lost. She blundered the checkmate.
Oh, because she was in this time trouble and...
She blundered a checkmate.
What?
This is a checkmate. So how do you defend? Trying to find a cure for that. But it's not simple at all. So queen is coming. So many things to follow. Okay, I will go back to that board later. We can maybe, yeah, we got some camera as well. So Stavroula is also a long time here. Pulmaga. Let's go back to our main board. 3 more moves. Queen e2 played. Teodora needs to find winning concept. Toncheva is again lost, and they're out of the time trouble. My Narva, just to show you what has happened here. She needs to win somehow. Teodora just making a move. They are repeating. One more move, I believe. Yeah, one more move for Irina.
2 moves for Teodora, and Irina just played.
One move for Teodora.
Yeah.
Okay, she can play any move now because she's out of time trouble. Let's go maybe where we have something more complicated. My Narva. Just play king g7. She will be out of the time trouble. Tsolakidou. Stavroula. 1 minute on the clock. Urkzala managed to come out of problems. Bella Khotenashvili. Played bishop f1, and that wins. So this is the move I missed from the beginning probably. So already around here that move was winning. Not easy to spot.
Yeah, very interesting.
Stavroula. 20 seconds for for Savina. Let's zoom that board. I think this is the last board where we will have.
This is board number 8.
Let's zoom it. The only game we have some tense situation. Go back to our board number 8. No, is it board number 8? Board number 6?
No, yeah, board number 6. My bad.
Last move for Stavroula.
She's basically 2 pawns up, but once you move the knight, the c3 pawn hangs. e4 pawn hangs as well.
Knight d2 played, and it's Savina's turn to find the move.
And next it's time trouble.
Tense 40 seconds.
She will probably take on c3, no?
Okay, but she can also play something like e3 first. She can also go knight d6 to get into opposite colored bishops. 15 seconds.
12 decisions to make.
10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
5. E3.
Okay, e3 played on last 4 seconds. What a mess.
Exactly. And is the time trouble over everywhere? I
Yes.
guess so.
So we have many results in the meantime.
Exactly. Let's see what's
I suggest that we make a stroll with our classical view camera, one by one. So we have Bulmaga versus Injac. So that was actually the case here. I don't believe that she will repeat the moves.
Yeah, me neither. I guess that both of them just wanted to exit the time trouble.
She can play something like c5 even, c4 will come. So Teodora will push, I believe. Then we have Daniel Jan. Next camera, it seems that White was doing very well. Mai was super long time. Elina didn't want to make a draw. Equal game. And then came this blunder of knight e3. This is typical. Your rooks are protected. Everything seems fine. And then knight e3 comes. And your rook has not been defended, and you cannot take. Yeah, you cannot take. Yeah, because of this point, and you need to wait. Either you will be mated. She was repleting a bit and then coming closer with the king. If you go rook f3, I can take. So Elina in desperate situation. Just to mention this Malseskaya, we can stay with the camera here. So Alexander was super long time, but I believe that this b3 was a nice touch. She's a pawn down. Her blitz skills helped her a lot. Allowing this rook b7 was probably bad. So this loses. So hang on, there is a defense. Let me try to think. Okay, I see it.
You found it?
Yeah, when I'm
when
I'm
you're
okay.
Not panicking?
Yeah, when I'm in a mode like relaxed mode, I immediately see it.
Yeah, okay. Meri could say the same, right? When I'm not in time trouble, I can find it.
Yeah, but okay, I'm not using engine when I can stop and think. I will find it. Knight f4 turns the table.
Aha, so queen h4 runs into knight h5, and this is just...
And the game goes on. Okay, if you would ask me, let me be fair. So, how big chances are that I find knight f4? Okay, first I will see that there is no regular defense. That's why I might found that knight f4.
33 seconds on the clock. I believe you could. It's just having in mind that we have this severe time pressure. Basically anything can happen. But yeah, this was...
No, it's tough. I believe it's tough, but I think it was 50-50. Meri could have found it.
Yeah, for sure. Our former European champion.
Exactly. Here, Stavroula was pushing, but e3 was a good option. It's not easy to win this game at all. Stavroula, let's go with the camera. Stavroula will have
board number 6.
Tough time there. Here, as I mentioned, bishop f1 was missed. So what is the defense here?
Let's now try to think cold-headed.
Okay, probably I'm starting with some check. No. Check. No.
I think we can go on like this for
Rook
quite
A1.
some time.
No. Okay, hang on. Yeah. Invisible chess moves. This is very important. Once again, I believe that I could find that kind of move. I believe that stronger players than me for sure, very easily. This move not working. So I was thinking, is this concept, and now that I give some checks or something, but it doesn't
Deflecting
work.
the queen.
So is there any other move?
Queen E3, you tried, right?
Okay, maybe I just simply... No, I don't believe
Queen
in
B7?
No.
Some bishop G6 is possible, no?
Yeah. So Rook D1, my hopes were there.
Maybe the engine is playing with you once again.
Once
who
again,
knows?
please, don't tell me that, Dragana, please. No, then I wouldn't find it.
I mean, Queen B4 looks most natural.
So let me. No, I think engine might. You're right. Might play a game with me. So if Rook A1 and Rook D1 is not working, I can only give checks. I can take on B7, but this is not working. I can take on E1, but it's bad. No, I believe now that there is no move. Rook E1, okay. Rook E1 and then Queen B7. Okay.
Is this an option? Okay, so basically you remove the...
Yeah, so Rook E1 is the move, not something else. So let's go with the camera, let's move on. Let's go to that game, because the game is still on, number 7.
Okay, but it's Bella's turn. So what did...
King G1 was played.
And the bishop is on
Yeah, now
F1,
she's
yeah.
thinking, is this move good? Takes, check, she will collect everything and it will be a queen's endgame, so the game will go on. Let's move on to board number 9. Sophie is a pawn up. But this rook is very active. Board number 10. This is a mess. Anastasia managed to get a game here. Hang on, so black was doing fine. This we were following a bit at the end, but it was super sharp. Really super sharp game. I like how Evgenia plays, but this was too much. Yeah. Avramidou next camera, if we have it. Okay, this
They're in
one looks
behind.
slightly better. Sabrina Vega won the game. As I mentioned, she's playing super interesting chess.
And the king ended up on D6.
A messy game.
Wow.
Wow. Okay.
Queen
Last
C2?
trick. Last trick. If you don't see it. Krasteva. Do we have her on the camera? Board number 14.
Oh yeah,
do.
we do. Great.
She's a pawn up. But is it enough for a win? So she was pushing over the c file. looks very dubious for... I would maybe think about f4, but maybe that's not the right move. Or maybe maybe even f3. g4, g5, who knows? Yeah. Okay, rook on b7 is very strong, but how do you win? So she can start walking with the king, push the b-pawn. Okay, king is cut. There is a good chance that this is winning a position. Mamadova won. I think we were following that one. Let's see how Fatalieva won. It looked very dubious. But somehow she organized her pieces. Okay, it's still very sharp, but she was the one attacking first. This bishop became
Very strong asset.
piece, yeah. Gaponenko lost in the end. Here we have some nice checkmate, but anyway, white is a piece up. Bodana. Dinara Wagner is playing. Unuk as well. Nia was out playing Mihaela. Bodana seems to be suffering 2 pawns down, but another long game. So I suggest that we go for a break and then to come.
I believe it's a good moment,
to
yeah.
the second part of the round.
Stay with us.
Chess moves. Smart. Free eSIM, smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union, a checkmate for connectivity.
This is a chance. This is a war. Everyone wants to be a winner. But at the path to victory is lonely. Chess Robot, the smartest, most advanced AI chess robot. It turns chess into an exciting game of a progression. Mastering 25 levels will transform you from a beginner to a grandmaster. Not into level ups, challenge the AI instead. Set the difficulty, make it a breeze, or push it beyond your limits. It's incredibly smart, just like a max-level human. Equipped with a camera like an eye, Sense Robot combines advanced algorithms to capture every change on the chessboard and accurately pick up pieces with its robotic arm. Access the Planet Alliance function to connect and play chess online with friends from all over the world. Here you will find players of all skill levels. Flip the board and play as white. You can't wait to get started. New to chess? We've got a better way. Sense Robot offers a variety of learning methods to help you improve. As you can see, Sense Robot provides various learning modules, including chess courses, AI practice, class game review, and off-book play. You'll level up your skills in no time. Let's start the endgame practice, featuring 145 carefully selected classic endgames. Now you have a greater chance to become a winner. This is Sense Robot. Today, chess all in AI.
Chess moves. Smart. Free eSIM, smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union, a checkmate for connectivity.
This is a chance. This is a war. Everyone wants to be a winner. But the path to victory is lonely. Chess Robot, the smartest, most advanced AI chess robot. It turns chess into an exciting game of progression. Mastering 25 levels will transform you from a beginner to a grandmaster. Not into level ups, challenge the AI instead. Set the difficulty, make it a breeze, or push it beyond your limits. It's incredibly smart, just like a max-level human. Equipped with a camera like an eye, Chess Robot combines advanced algorithms to capture every change on the chessboard and accurately pick up pieces with its robotic arm. Access the Planet Alliance function to connect and play chess online with friends from all over the world. Here you will find players of all skill levels. Flip the board and play as white. You can't wait to get started. New to chess? We've got a better way. Chess Robot offers a variety of learning methods to help you improve. As you can see, Chess Robot provides various learning modules, including chess courses, AI practice, class game review, and off-book play. You'll level up your skills in no time. Let's start the endgame practice, featuring 145 carefully selected classic endgames. Now you have a greater chance to become a winner. This is Chess Robot. Today, chess all in AI.
The break is over. So many results are already in. We have, as you just seen before the break, so many finished games, but the most important game is still in progress.
Yeah, let's go there. Let's focus on our main board. Let's see what's going on. Let's get the board above them to give you full insight. So in the meantime,
Okay.
after these repetitions, Teodora went for this G-pawn grab, and now we are in this position. Of course, black is better, but all three results are possible. And regarding results, how about our poll? Do we have three results there still?
I know for sure that we had three options, but for results, basically Teodora's chances increased.
Yeah, of course. Engines are on.
Yeah, that's true. Some engines might be, let's say, responsible for this
Increase,
way of thinking. But Teodora's chances in our poll increased to 60%, while Irina's chances decreased to 16%. And the draw seems to be only on 25%, but at this moment we know that Irina would be happy with the draw. And let's just update our viewers since some top boards were finished. Basically, what this means, Teodora still has 8 points, Bulmaga still has 7.5. Lela, Deimante, Lilith, and Anna Ushenina now have 7 points. And since Narva Mai won the game, as well as Alexandra Motseskaya, they are climbing up to 7.5. So basically, even with the draw, Teodora would still be the sole leader, but the tournament would not be finished today, and that draw does not secure her 100% of the chances of being the European champion. It gets her closer, but of course, in this position, when you are way better, you are not calculating at all, you're just trying to give your best and win this position and finish the job even today.
Yeah, fully agree. Just to comment that some games finished without our
presence.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just checking what Elina Rubers did. So we were following till this moment, and F3 was played. She took this queen, castle long. It was a mess. Take a look of the position.
Wow.
And then some mistakes were made, but who could find a way in this messy, super sharp position? Now white is winning.
No, but this is
White is totally winning 7. And she took probably bishop a7, I believe. No? Hang on, let me find the move.
okay. Very easy to go wrong.
Hang on. How do we win this one, Dragana?
Bishop e5 maybe?
Okay, a candidate move, but king b7, we need to move on. Okay.
b8 and queen c6? Something, it doesn't work. Okay.
Okay, this is not so simple when the clock is ticking. Okay, what's the threat of black? Still don't see it. So I might have some extra time. Bishop f5, king b7. So plus 10 according to the engine, and still struggling to find immediately the win.
Do I have time for some queen a5?
Can be. Rook b7, and then bishop e5, king c8.
Queen d8 somewhere?
King c8 first. She goes.
Knight s7 maybe?
When?
On king c8, knight a7.
Okay, king d7 or rook a7.
What a messy position. And imagine you have to play this actually with 30 seconds on the clock.
Maybe the idea is to play something like queen c5. No. Maybe something like queen c6. And I found it.
We found a winner?
After like 3 minutes, so I'm not surprised that she went wrong, and then Elena won it.
Oh my God! Imagine having this
But
position.
this was a crazy game. Elena is always playing that kind of chess. It's really like super complicated.
But imagine how painful this must be for Martina coming back to the room, turning on the engine, seeing that she was plus 10 against Elena and she didn't convert.
Karashoni played an interesting game. Hang on. Why she gave a bishop? She will get checkmated. Or she will lose this. Yeah. The problem is it's a checkmate. That was missed. Or you need to go bishop f8, but then you lose. For example, after this, you lose. Again, probably g5.
Teodora and Irina repeating the moves once again.
I will check it very quickly. Bodana is losing. Susanna is winning. I believe Nia was totally winning versus Michaela. And then she misplayed it. Laura Unuk is winning. Jovana Eric is lost, but she's fighting. Dinara Wagner is pushing and probably winning. Miruna, complicated, probably winning. Kesaria lost in the end.
Really?
Yeah.
That position.
It was this. She went for this tempo down position, Cheparino, and she was outplayed. Domination, light square domination. How Ina Gaponenko lost, but she saved at least herself for a moment. Yeah, but the position was actually bad. Okay, so let's make a stroll with our cameras. So this is game number 1. Teodora is preparing this battery. Let's go to our next camera. Savina managed to get out of the problems. So if I go bishop h3, for example, not easy to win at all. Probably draw is the most likely the outcome. Let's go to Milieu board, camera number or next board, because I see them, they might repeat some moves. Let's go to our next camera.
Board number 9.
So it should be a draw, g5.
Seems very likely.
That's it, g5 is just a draw.
Okay, Zala seems to be unstoppable at this tournament. Really big congratulations.
Zala lost only versus Lela Javakhishvili, not seeing the way
F7, which was
they-
completely winning for her. Exactly.
I believe the g5 will just be played here. So, g5 happening or not?
Most probably. In the meantime, Irina seems to be very uncomfortable. She just played b4.
g5 played.
Yeah, the exchange happened and both running to the queen side.
King marches.
I see some discussion in the chat about whether it was a threefold on board number 1. Guys, it was not. They were repeating, but not 3 times. And basically, the reason why they were repeating was because they wanted to gain some time to get out of the time trouble. And even after that, I believe Irina in this position is more than satisfied with the draw, and Teodora is just trying out different setups, but she is aware when she's repeating the moves that she might get this threefold, so I don't think that it will slip out of her attention. Even though it seems that she might be misplaying it now.
Teodora?
Teodora.
Okay, it will be a fighting game. But it's funny, I'm checking Ines Prado versus versus Bodana, and Bodana fighting spirit actually managed to get drawing position, if it's that correct.
Oh, she was lost, if I remember.
Totally lost. And now probably some h4, or maybe just to take first, or maybe even g4. Hang on. Taking, or maybe just checking. And if you go up, probably I just take. So Bodana got a second chance.
Second life in this game.
Kirtadze seems to be misplaying a bit, but who knows what's going on. Bella Khotenashvili got in the drawish position. How is that possible? Why is this now drawn? I really don't know. Queen d8 maybe. Crazy how Nadia Toncheva is able to survive some positions.
Yeah, that position was completely crazy.
Here we will have a draw, but still the game goes on by inertia.
And in the meantime, the position that you can see on our 2D board is the position from Teodora's game.
Okay, here let's get the board back. King c6 will be played, and Zala will exchange the rooks. Rook c5 played. Interesting approach, but probably good enough. Yeah, she's really having a tournament of her life. And 6.5 out of 10 might even give you a chance to qualify.
Yeah. She's now secured her IM norm and she's playing for even more. Really impressive. Okay, so instead of signing the score sheets, they are signing a new one, filling a new one.
Okay, no fun here. This will steer to a draw. Maybe we can get our multiple view. Okay.
And 431, new camera, but it just
Jovana
finished.
Eric finished her game versus Ekaterina Atalik, and it was won by Ekaterina. Teodora is really long time, and the position, of course, looks better for black, but this is not that kind of position where white is without any chances to turn the tables.
Exactly, and you need to find a breakthrough, and it's not easy at all. The only way I see somehow was some c5, but previously when we didn't have the queen on a4, when somehow the white pieces were not so close to the white king, it seemed to be.
We have a draw in Urkzala, or Sophie Millet versus Urkzala. That game is finished. Let's see how Savina is playing. Has something changed here? Not much. It seems to me that Stavroula is stuck. This game of Kirtadze is a crazy one. Krsteva versus Sochko. Okay, so she wants to come with the king. If you go king e1, king d8, king d1. Okay, I can go g3 in some stage, but not now. If I give check, so what's the point here? Hang on. I don't see a point going on the other side, but maybe that's the right approach. And to come closer and start pushing. Okay, this is not easy to win. This, I believe, is the point. G3 played. Not a simple game. Toncheva.
I mean, if she manages to survive this one, it's very likely that she will.
I don't get it. Why this is not lost? Okay, she will take the pawn on a5, and it's like, don't get it, that this is not lost. No, she is a really magician.
Amazing.
Bodana, let's see, h4 was played. Yeah, Bodana is fighting.
Yeah, in the meantime, Teodora has spent so much time. She's only on 3 minutes. She must realize that she is better, but it seems like it's not so easy how to find the correct plan to win. Now white is putting a lot of pressure on c6. Some rook a8 could be incoming, rook a6 could be incoming. I feel like it's even messier than it was in the time trouble. And Irina once again showing us that it's very difficult to win against her. Some knight g4 might come as well. And somehow, suddenly white even has some threats.
Yeah, but the problem is you were like worse from like for big part of the game, and then you get a chance to come out with the pieces, but it's now not so simple because you don't have only moves or just defensive moves. Yeah, in our bottom right corner, you can see the game where
Miruna Lehachi
Ilya
is playing. I don't know who she's playing against. This would be
She's
board
playing versus
number...
Yulia Antolak. And this is the position. So it's a rook's endgame. So many interesting stuff. Everywhere is super complicated, but let's stick to our main board.
And now a tough decision for Irina. What do you play? C6 pawn is hanging. Do you take it? Do you try to open up the position? Do you play knight g4? Do you keep on that defensive mode still? But look, somehow and she just took on c6, because if you didn't take on c6, basically the queen on a4 is trapped. So some rook e6 or rook a8 would be incoming. So you had to solve that problem, and rook c6 was maybe one of the ways, or probably the best way to solve it. But what does this mean? Will we see a queen exchange? I wouldn't want to exchange queens since I'm attacking, speaking from the black point of view.
No, she won't exchange the queens, of course. She will move the queen. So after queen c6, she will go queen a7. Rook c6 doesn't work due to bishop e8. Okay, you can play check, so it works. You can take. But then there is rook a8. So probably queen c6, queen a7 will be the line.
What a tense game. And do you think that they managed to isolate somehow from the complete tournament situation that they're playing?
I don't know, but it's so shocking how the things are going on.
Rook c6 played. She's allowing rook a8?
Yeah, it seems so.
And but won't a3 be hanging then? Am I missing something? What am I missing?
I don't know. Let's go full screen board number 1 with the camera, with the board above. So now rook a8 is about to happen. And yes, exactly.
But it feels that this pawn on a3 is hanging. I don't know how you cannot defend it. Queen b3 is not an option. I mean, you're dropping the rook and b3 squared is attack.
Okay, queen c2 forced.
But then I take on e3 and suddenly it feels like my position is way better
Okay,
than
I can go rook c7 now.
Aha, that's
Or rook
the
b6.
intermezzo. Okay, that's what I missed. And do I have to take now?
Okay, you can take, if you take.
I don't like taking.
So if you take here, I take, you take, I go up, you take, I have knight g4. And suddenly tactics favors white. So this shouldn't be played. Okay, I can move on with something like queen c8.
Probably the only move, right?
Yeah.
No other way to defend it.
What do you do then? Okay, I can even take here, of course, but this is something you don't want to do. So queen c8.
2 minutes and 45 seconds for Teodora. There is no additional time control. This is all the time she has got. And Queen C8 will probably be played, yes. Okay, now I want to penetrate as well with some Queen C1, Queen C3. Some new possibilities are coming up. So I guess that you need to close the C file. I cannot retreat with Queen B3. Queen anywhere would lead to Rook A3.
Tough situation now for Teodora. Very tough. Let's have our multiple view, because we have some events in other boards as well. Okay, this one is sort of stable. But here after King F6, Knight E4 was the concept from Stavroula. But will she win this one? Really don't know. I can even play something like, what if I go Knight G3? It's immediate draw. So if Savina plays Knight G3, I think it's a draw. Toncheva fighting so hard and doing well. Kirtadze, we don't have her on the camera, but we have, for example, we should maybe switch. Okay, let's stay for a second. So Krasteva seems to be winning. She takes on G5. It's black's turn. Yep, and Rook goes to F5 and Krasteva is winning. And King just climbs. King F2. Why not King G2 and King H3? Maybe this King F2 was a huge mistake. Why didn't she go King G2, King H3? Very strange. So if you go King G2, King H3, Rook F5, that's it. While playing this way, oh, my Rook is hanging, sorry. Okay, this I lose. This is obvious. And this is known. So here she might go somewhere, I don't know. And it's not easy for you to move. It might be a draw now. Stavroula, Knight G3 played or not? Yes, Knight G3. She didn't play take on G3. Really? She went for this position. Stavroula got a second chance. Toncheva is still moving.
I see Teodora's Rook on A3.
Teodora, yeah, Rook is on A3. Now it's dead lost. We might have a champion.
Okay, this is very exciting, guys.
Yeah.
Are we moments away from
Let's go full screen with that board.
getting a new champion?
Truth. Let's get the board above. Rook c6, I think, was a mistake from
I didn't expect rook
Irina
c6,
to take it on c6.
Now the rook on a3 seems to be penetrating. Is queen a8 incoming? Will the bishop get a new better spot? Rook b3 might be played as well. Wait, but how do you stop the simple... okay, I do not have rook c3 just yet. Suddenly black got way more options that she had previously, a few moves earlier.
Six minutes. At the same time, in other games, Stavroula is a pawn up, 2 pawns up. There is a chance that she might win this one. Nadia is putting a tremendous defense. Kirtaze Kilbasa, it's a complete mess. Krsta seems to be misplayed it. Antolak is winning, Laura Unuk is winning. Bodana is drawing.
Amazing. Okay, so I guess my threat is queen a8. You won't be able to defend with queen b2 because the rook on c6 would be hanging. Is it the time for the king to start running?
I'm not breathing. How about you?
Neither. Me neither. Guys, I'm super excited. I don't know how about you. I believe that we have a lot of Teodora's fans with us at this moment. And it is very possible that soon we will get a new European champion. Queen c5 played. Queen c5, but you're allowing rook c3, are you not?
Yes, I don't see anything. She's rechecking, but rook c3 just wins on spot.
Guys, is this the moment? Is this the last moment? Rook b3?
Okay. Also,
Okay, so you cannot play king c1?
Yeah, because rook c3 was also wins, but rook b1 is a little bit safer.
Okay, king c1 is not possible due to rook c3. King a1 runs into queen a8, but queen a5 is possible, I guess. And then I just simply take the rook on c6. Is it game over? Guys, is it game over?
It should be. It should be. We should have a
Are we going
champion,
to get a new European
champion?
Irina looks up, she knows that this is it.
She's sacking a queen, but it's, of course, it will be an easy game now for Teodora.
Rook c3 and she's a queen up.
Yep. new European champion.
I will get a heart attack.
Yeah, in our
I
poll,
will get a heart attack.
are there any votes coming?
I don't know, but if you had any doubts, this is the time to vote because now the situation is completely clear.
Yeah.
B5, but this is just playing out of desperation. It's completely winning now. Not only the engine bar that says so, but even from the human point of view, this is completely winning now. How does Teodora feel at this moment?
But no, come on, this is a story of
I would be shaking.
a blockbuster. Come on, to win, to lose first game, made it 2 blundered, and then 9 consecutive wins. Come on, to win 9 games in a row. That's something, I would say, admirable, fantastic. And how about live? With this win, she will collect something like 4 points.
Oh my God, I don't know. Let me
more than 4 points.
We can actually try to calculate. At the moment, she's at 19th place in the world
and
in the women's chess.
And she will jump to 18th.
Most probably, yeah.
Yeah, she will jump to 18th place in the world.
Amazing.
Fantastic stuff. Awesome thing, really. At the same time, Stavroula has made a considerable improvement. Toncheva is still putting a hard resistance. Bejdulaeva trying to make an improvement. Krsteva is about to make a draw, maybe. One slip and suddenly the game is drawn. And if I'm not mistaken, Bodana just made a draw, which is a really good result for her.
If she managed to get a draw in that position,
With 2 pawns down,
she just made
she's
a
a
draw.
fighter.
Wow, amazing, really.
Queen b4 just played.
No way to stop Queen b2.
Okay, here I believe that she won't have any issue winning this one. H pawn is queening. But kudos to Irina, she's a big fighter as well. So I believe that Irina...
Yeah, she gave us a good fight. It was really intense, even at the situation where the engine bar said that Teodora has a clear advantage, that she's clearly winning. It really wasn't easy to find, from human's point of view, to find the breakthrough.
I see many supporters for Serbia, rooting for Teodora, of course, after Injac, fantastic result. Another European champion.
They have all of the reasons to be happy, to be proud of these chess players.
Yeah,
It's
after
amazing.
Alisa Maric and Natasha Boyko, this is
Yeah.
a great result from Teodora.
The young chess players from all over Serbia have such good role models. And the game is just finished. We have a new European champion. Teodora Injac just won the game, 9 consecutive wins. She has 9 out of 10.
Bravo, claps.
What a performance by Teodora. Is she breathing?
She said that maybe she shouldn't have taken the pawn on c6.
Is she able to analyze the game now? Is she able to think about anything else? Guys, this is it. The job is finished. Teodora just became the new European champion.
they're analyzing, fantastic achievement. So currently standings, she's on 9 out of 10, and
winning the European Championship
and right
with
behind her,
a round to spare.
Yeah.
And this is it, the game is over.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Dragana was so excited that she ran to congratulate. First, congratulations from my side as well. Hopefully we will get Teodora to the studio. In the meantime, let's check our games. Congratulations to Teodora Injac, new European champion. And what a story, blockbuster. Losing first round and then 9 wins in a row. Let's go to the playing hall to other games. We can go full screen to Tsolakidou versus Savina. We can go full screen. So this is the situation. Of course, pushing the pawn will lead to a draw. So she's trying to move around. Okay, still not so simple. Too many pieces for table base, I believe. Let's go to another camera. Toncheva Khotenashvili. Toncheva is really fighting hard, and yeah, still not easy to win with the black pieces. Maybe it will be a draw. This is Avramidou versus Beidulaeva. This game will last for a while. This is Krsteva versus Sochko, an interesting game. She was winning, but now it looks like a draw. The move played on 6 seconds. Okay, this is really complicated, but it looks that black should be able to save it. And we have this multiple view, which might be the best for you. We also have Chelushkin on the camera, but it seems that she's winning. Maybe we can add some camera which is still of the game which is still in progress, because we have one empty camera. I don't know if we have it. Stavroula still trying. Monika Sochko just made a move. And it's a mistake. King g5. So why rook h5 wins? So this was drawn, but this was a mistake. Hang on. Now, white was winning from the beginning. So maybe already before. So here she misplayed it. That was very smart how Veloslava played it. King f4 probably now. Yep. King e4. Making a draw. Rook f5 wins. Super tense. Not easy to commentate. Again, it's a draw. Yeah, Teodora in Bobby Fischer mode, and the tournament is still not over. It will be great to see what will happen tomorrow, because of course she will be relaxed. So really big kudos to her. Fabulous result. So here it seems to be a draw, but still anything can happen. Stavroula.
And guys, we're back, and we are back with the new European champion. We have Teodora in the studio for the third time is the lucky charm. And Teodora, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
Such a huge moment, it's such a huge day. Are you aware that you just became the European champion?
I mean, not yet, to be honest. Like, I'm still shaking. Yeah, I just called my parents, and they're all like extremely happy. And I think in the evening it will kind of hit me, and I will realize. But for now, I'm just kind of happy that it's finished, to be honest, because it's great to be winning, you know, every game. Because okay, I won 9 games, but still today, especially, it was such a stressful day for me, because I was aware that okay, I'm black, and I couldn't really understand if my opponent is going to be fine with draw or she will try to push. I just didn't really know, so I was not sure what to expect, and yeah, somehow I managed to win. I'm really happy. Yeah.
And in such a style, you have 9 consecutive wins, and we were joking about the brackets and, you know, this mate in 2 in round number 1. It's such an amazing achievement, and I mean, to win the European Championship with a round to spare.
Yes, it's great.
You literally do not have to come tomorrow to the game, and you can just still show up to the ending ceremony, closing ceremony, and be like, hey guys, I'm here to take my gold medal. I came.
Yeah.
And tomorrow you might even have 10 out of 10. I mean, now the relaxation is
exactly.
completely different surroundings.
Yes, sure. Okay, we will see. It's of course a bit of lack of motivation now, but it's, completely irrelevant, to be honest, at this point for me, yeah.
Were you dreaming about this moment? I was talking about, because we know each other since quite a long time ago, and I know you since you started playing chess, and I was telling the viewers how basically even at the beginning you were so fierce, you had this look, and how you weren't afraid of anybody basically at any single moment. Does that little girl feel happy now, and was she dreaming about this moment?
No, of course, it feels really great. I can't say that I had like this kind of goal before, to be honest, because I already mentioned like last 2 or 3 years I actually skipped this tournament because I always saw it as a qualification for World Cup, and of course if you have a great tournament you have chances to win, but I only my goal was to enter top 10 always, but this year was of course special comparing to the previous ones because I was second seed, so I never experienced this kind of pressure of being one of the favorites before. I'm really happy. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, do you think that maybe this turn of events somehow helped you in the tournament, because you ended up losing the first round very unfortunately, but somehow the pressure went off? Because it's actually I don't know if it's a famous thing, but for me sometimes it works that when I lose, of course I get sad, like I don't want to pretend like I didn't care. Far from that, like I was really, really sad, especially when I saw that I missed mate in 2, which I didn't know until I checked with computer. I was really sad, but at the same time when you lose such a game, you sort of relax at some point, because some kind of burden is off your shoulders, or however to say better, I don't know, you just feel like it can't be worse than this, like I won. Sometimes it's actually a problem when you're leading, like I was leading, like I felt such a pressure, you somehow suddenly have something to lose, and when you lose a game, actually you have nothing to lose, like especially in round 1.
So it's actually a psychological thing, but of course I was very sad, and I was like, I was not sure how is it going to be, but I'm really happy that I managed to sort of get over it and really just prepare game by game. I was not interested in any result. I was not even until basically today. Only today I started thinking a little bit maybe I should be fine with a draw at this point, and I started getting panicked because I can spoil the tournament. It was very possible because today I play with a very good opponent, I can easily lose, and she can win. So I was completely aware of these things, but at the same time I try to sort of tell myself, what's the worst possible? The worst possible is you lose 2 games, life goes on. I have some kind of psychological tricks which I think work very well.
Your guys take notes, because this is coming from the champion, so this is very valuable information. And in today's game we saw you repeating a few times the moves. I guess this was because you wanted to get some time on your clock once again.
Luckily actually for me it was 40th move, so if it was 39th where I have to decide whether or not to repeat, maybe I would even repeat, even though I was completely aware that position has to be much better, maybe even close to winning, but somehow I was draw is fine. This at this point it's you can't really focus only on the game, so I thought maybe I should not push, but once I got the time and I had time to think, I think I made a good decision to keep going.
Yes, exactly. And the chat was screaming all of the time, Teodora, go Teodora, and they were typing, this is the evaluation now, she missed this move or not. But from the human point of view, it's really actually hard to play that position because there is no clear breakthrough, right? You see that you're better, you feel it, but...
Yes, true. I'm actually curious what the engine says, but I just felt like it has to be it has to be a winning position. Like engine will find some way, but yes, as you said, for a human it's a bit tricky because I'm a bit stuck and my queen is, let's say, especially on 14th move, like it somehow I can't activate it. Okay, I have this nice bishop, but she just protects some squares. I mean, it of course has to be winning, but maybe she helped me also in some way because she put some g5. Maybe she was not supposed to do that. I'm not sure, but yeah, I'm again really happy.
Yeah, seems that some Rook c6 in the end was the mistake.
It was a blunder, okay.
Yeah.
But at that point I was not sure what, I didn't see a move for her. Like, it was not lost at that point?
Queen c6 was a bit better instead of Rook c6,
okay,
and the engine was suggesting some c5 breakthrough a bit earlier, but yeah. Okay, now this is all history and you can now relax and celebrate. Will you have the celebration tonight or will you celebrate tomorrow or after you go home?
No,
when are you going home?
Okay, so after this I'm going to play Grenke Open. So actually, yeah, more chess, unfortunately.
Already thinking about the next tournament. Guys, I won the European Championship, but I don't care. Okay, I will just play this round tomorrow because I need to finish the tournament and Grenke starts in a few days.
I'm just a bit sad because, okay, still a bit some time has to pass so I see my parents because, okay, I have to celebrate with them. I mean, this is the most important thing for me, to be honest. So until I don't get home, there will be no celebration.
Okay, but this is just, you need to breathe in this new situation that you're now the European champion, and basically the biggest achievement of your life so far, right?
Yes, right.
I'm not mistaken.
No,
we mentioned, guys, even earlier that Teodora won the gold medal at the European Team Championship as the best performer for Serbia on board number 1. This was quite a huge achievement once again, but this is the achievement so far and we are hoping to see even more.
Thank you.
Yeah, Teodora, thank you for coming to the studio and for sharing with us with this beautiful moment. I couldn't be happier that
thank you so much for
you and that you came, and I'm speechless and I'm extremely happy for you, and I couldn't imagine how you're feeling right now because it's
as I said, it will hit me tonight probably. Or in some days, I don't know, but still I'm really happy that it finished, and
now the pressure is off and you can finally sleep well tonight.
Yes. Can't wait to sleep actually. Couldn't sleep until today.
Great. Okay, Teodora, thanks once again for coming to the studio, guys. I believe that you enjoyed this interview with our new European champion, and stay with us. We will be back soon after a short break.
Chess moves. Smart. Free eSIM. Smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union. A checkmate for connectivity.
This is a chance. This is a war. Everyone wants to be a winner. but the path to victory is lonely. Chess Robot, the smartest, most advanced AI chess robot. It turns chess into an exciting game of a progression. Mastering 25 levels will transform you from a beginner to a grandmaster. Not into level ups, challenge the AI instead. Set the difficulty, make it a breeze, or push it beyond your limits. It's incredibly smart, just like a max-level human. Equipped with a camera like an eye, Chess Robot combines advanced algorithms to capture every change on the chessboard and accurately pick up pieces with its robotic arm. Access the Planet Alliance function to connect and play chess online with friends from all over the world. Here you will find players of all skill levels. Flip the board and play as white. You can't wait to get started. New to chess? We've got a better way. Chess Robot offers a variety of learning methods to help you improve. As you can see, Chess Robot provides various learning modules, including chess courses, AI practice, class game review, and off-book play. You'll level up your skills in no time. Let's start the endgame practice, featuring 145 carefully selected classic endgames. Now you have a greater chance to become a winner. This is Chess Robot. Today, chess all in AI.
Welcome back, guys. I'm trying to come back to my senses and to be stable somehow, but this is absolutely amazing. We have a new champion in what a way, Fischer style, 9 out of 9. She is on fire, and the tournament isn't even over yet.
Yeah.
We have one more round. She has a round to spare, and she might even get to 10 out of 10 tomorrow, being completely relaxed, not having this stress and this pressure that she needs to win, that she needs to make this result or not, and probably she will get maybe a bit easier opponent than today. I don't know. Okay, but let's say that the top ladies, all of them are basically very strong, so no easy opponent at the top, but this pressure will be off her shoulders, so everything's possible.
Exactly. Congratulations to Teodora. Let's go to check our last game. This is the position, and Stavroula has managed to win versus Savina. This was the position, and somehow after g4 Stavroula managed to maneuver and win the game. Very nice technique.
A lot of technique to win this one.
Yeah, but slowly by slowly. Okay, her opponent now realized that she cannot wait forever. Some knight e6 and f7 will happen. So she decided to go for this line, offer it a stalemate, but king h6 was played and the knight will land on f6. At the same time, Krsteva versus Sochko ended up in a draw, although it was winning. And we have one game in progress. That's the one we were following for a while. Toncheva versus Khotenashvili. We can go full screen to check, because it seems that this game will now about to finish. Of course, Teodora is a main star of the tournament at the moment, but yeah, she's of course the one to get all the attention, but there are many things left, people fighting for the medals. So we have a big group with 7.5, then three players then with 7 points. So who knows what will happen?
And remember our poll from a few days ago? The question was how many points will be needed for the champion to clinch the title, and basically the most voted answer was 9. And after today's situation, it seems that 9 is just enough to clinch the title, even though it is 9 out of 10 instead of 9 out of 11. And yeah, of course, tomorrow's game is yet to be played, but what's going on in this game? Bella without any pawns on the board. Queen and a bishop against queen and 2 pawns. Okay, Nadia is really finding all the possibilities to stay in these games. It's really remarkable how she's fighting, how she's finding new resources and just keeping herself in the game over and over again. And regarding the standings, basically, as you've mentioned, we have Teodora with 9, we have 3 players with 7.5. There will be a big fight for silver and bronze medal tomorrow. Currently, Irina Bulmaga, Mainarva and Alexandra Malteskaya are sharing 2nd place. And then we have 5 players, 6 with 7 points: Lela Javakhishvili, Stavroula Tsolakidou, Lilith Makrachian, Anna Ushenina, Diamante Daulit Cornet, and Claudia Colon. And basically, once again, there are 10 spots for the World Cup qualifiers. So there is still a lot to play for. And seems like Nadia and Bella are repeating the moves. Will we see a handshake? Nadia rechecking if there is threefold. At this moment, she's considering a claim. And I believe, yeah, she stopped the clock. I believe that she wanted to claim, but Bella agreed. So this game ends in a draw. What an incredible fight by Nadia.
Yeah, she's, you know that sometimes I'm mentioning that there are some players whom I trust that can maybe turn completely the tables. Nadia is that kind of player. And it's tough for Bella. She was totally winning. Yeah, maybe we should conclude our day. Tomorrow, last round, starting earlier, 1 p.m., exactly 2 hours earlier, 1 p.m. Local time, GMT +2. And Teodora Injac is the winner, but we don't know who will get the medal, who will qualify to the World Cup, so a lot of things ahead of us. Be with us tomorrow.
See you soon.
See you.